We're not going to let that stop us, however. In-person panelists, as Arash just said, you know, when you want to speak, just turn on your mic and speak. Our intrepid reporter, Jim, needs to get everything on recording, so please use the microphone and please speak clearly. We're going to start this morning by introductions. So we'll just do a brief introduction, your name, your area of expertise, and your affiliation. So I'm Court Anastasio. I'm chair of the SRP. I'm an atmospheric chemist at the University of California, Davis. Karen?
Good morning. I'm Karen Messer. I'm a professor of biostatistics at University of California, San Diego.
I'm Mike Kleinman. I'm an inhalation toxicologist and a professor at the University of California, Irvine.
I'm Ahmad Besaratinia. I'm a professor of preventive medicine at USC Keck School of Medicine.
Morning, Joe Landolf. I'm associate professor of molecular microbiology and immunology and a member of the Cancer Center. My expertise is in molecular carcinogenesis and genetic toxicology.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Beate Ritz from the Department of Epidemiology and Environmental Health Sciences, as well as Neurology at UCLA, Fielding School of Public Health, and my specialty is reproductive outcomes, neurodevelopment, and neurodegeneration.
Great, thank you all. We also have at some point joining us Paul Blanc. And Norm, maybe you could try to connect with Paul to remind him and send him the link again for the Zoom. And then Kathy Hammond, who was planning to be in person, but will be joining us remotely in just a few minutes. All right, so a few administrative items for the skeleton crew we have in the room. Restrooms, drinking fountains, out the door to your left. If there's a fire alarm, exit down the stairs, proceed out the building. Masks are recommended but not required. It's nice to see all these masks. Masks and sanitizers near the door in case you need anything. Today's agenda, we're going to have one major item and 3 informational items. Josh, can you give us the agenda slide? Excellent, thank you. So the major item is the 1-bromo propane reference exposure level document from OEHA. And then we'll have 3 informational items. One from OEHA on a proposed process for hotspots chemical reviews. One from DPR on their emissions monitoring study of 1,3-dichloropropene, 1,3-D, AB617 community of Shafter. And then the last informational item will be an update by the Air Resources Board's Office of Community Air Protection Program, OCAP. Next slide, please, Arash. Oh, is this one that's supposed to have times? Okay. So every panel member should have an agenda with times on it. I appreciate you keeping us on time. So let's try to do our best, keeping to the time allotted for each item. Of course, if we have to spill over for important issues, that's fine. But otherwise, let's try to be efficient in our use of time. In which, right to our first item, the 1-bromo propane reference exposure level document. So this document is from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment and was available for public review and comment from January 7th through February 22nd. The document was sent to the scientific review panel for review on April 12th, 2022. And today we're going to hear a presentation from OEHA staff on the development of non-cancer acute 8-hour and chronic inhalation RELs for 1BP, followed by a panel discussion and feedback to the OEHA staff. So I'd like to now introduce Dr. John Boudreau of OEHA's Air Toxicology and Risk Assessment section. John.
Good morning. And I'd like to in turn to introduce Dr. Darren Dodge, one of my staff, and he's the lead author on the 1-bromo propane REL document. And he'll be making the presentation to you this morning on the document. Dr. Dodge.
Thank you, Dr. Boudreau. Okay, so this time around, we are going to talk about the non-cancer reference exposure levels that were derived for 1-bromopropane. If you recall, at the last SRP meeting, we talked about 1-bromopropane, but that was for the cancer inhalation unit risk factor that we derived. So this time it's the non-cancer portion. Okay, next slide. Some of these slides, well, will look familiar. The first couple of them are similar to the ones we had at the last meeting. 1-bromopropane is also referred to as N-propyl bromide, but in most cases you'll see it named as 1-bromopropane or 1BP. The colorless liquid at room temperature. It's soluble in organic solvents and slightly soluble in water. Boiling point is 71 degrees Celsius and vapor pressure is 110.8 millimeters of mercury or torr. Next slide. One bromopropane is listed as a carcinogen and as a developmental and reproductive toxicant in males and females under the California Proposition 65 program. We have a draft hotspots cancer inhalation unit risk value that I just spoke of. It's been reviewed by the scientific review panel and has been endorsed by the panel. It's undergoing some revisions and is currently in our group being looked at upper management. Uses of 1-bromopropane. Main use is as a solvent vehicle for adhesives in laminates and foam products, and its use as a degreasing cleaning agent for metals, plastics, optics, and electronics. It is authorized for use as an alternate solvent for modified perchloroethylene dry cleaning machines in California, although I believe its use is very limited for this. Next slide. We don't have much information on emissions in California. This is because it wasn't reportable under the hotspots program. We did have a statewide survey that was sponsored by the Air Resources Board in 2011, where a total of 160.7 tons of 1BP emissions occurred in the year 2008, primarily due or exclusively due to solvent cleaning operations. However, as of March 21st of this year, it is now reportable under the hotspots program. Also, February 4th of this year, the US EPA amended their hazardous air pollutant list to add 1BP, and this hasn't happened in many years. That is adding a chemical to this particular HAP list. Next slide. Metabolism of inhaled 1BP in rodents is primarily through oxidative metabolism via P450 enzymes, conjugation with glutathione or debromination and/or debromination. In rats, the majority of absorbed 1BP may be excreted unchanged or as carbon dioxide in exhaled air within 4 hours of end of exposure. Radio-labeled 1BP is recovered in urine in the range of 17 to 23%. The main urinary metabolite excreted is N-acetyl S-propylcysteine, and that constitutes about 37% of the total urinary metabolites. This metabolite is found in urine of 1BP workers, and it's been found in national biomonitoring studies of pregnant women and children. Next slide. NIOSH, which stands for the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, observed a strong association between time-weighted average inhalation exposure to 1 BP in workers and the urinary metabolite N-acetyl S-propylcysteine. So they considered this metabolite an effective biomarker in 1 BP workers. Now we have some national population studies as well, or surveys. National Children's Vanguard study found N-acetyl S-propylcysteine in 99% of urine samples from nearly 500 third trimester pregnant women. We also have the NHANES study, 2011-2012, where the mean urinary levels of this metabolite was 2.6 nanograms per mil in boys and 3.3 nanograms per mil in girls. And they found it in about, if I recall, 80–90% of boys and girls in this survey. Now this and some more recent surveys suggest widespread non-occupational exposure to 1-bromopropane, although exposure to other chemicals could result in the same urinary metabolite. I do have some recent studies that looked at metabolites in humans that are exposed to just general air pollutants or common emissions from facilities. And this particular metabolite, N-acetyl S-propylcysteine, is not found in those particular studies. So for now, it appears that the metabolite is pretty much only due to exposure to 1 BP, at least currently. Next slide. All right, talk about the acute effects in humans, non-cancer acute effects. We don't have a lot of data for an acute REL in humans. And we're talking about exposures of less than 24 hours. The acute REL is based on a 1-hour exposure. But what we do see is multi-day occupational studies where you begin to see neurotoxicity after several days to several weeks of exposure. So that's more of a subacute rather than an acute effect. Neurotoxic effects noted in exposed patients include ataxic gait, hypoesthesia, which is partial or total loss of sense of touch, numbness, dizziness, ocular symptoms, and limb pain. There are some other symptoms, but these are probably the major ones. Now, occupational exposure levels are hard to pin down, mainly because by the time agencies get around to measuring the levels in facilities where patients were exposed and poisoned by 1 BP, they had fixed whatever conditions resulted in the high levels. So we don't really know exactly what they were. But one scientist or researcher in the field estimated that exposures to greater than 50 to 200 parts per million for days or weeks can lead to the severe neurological findings that I just mentioned. Next slide. Okay, in experimental animals, there are also few acute toxicity studies. And we're talking about exposures of 24 hours or less. We like to base the acute REL on a 1-hour exposure, but often we have to extrapolate from 68 hours of exposure in the animal studies. What we do find is that multi-day exposure, the protocols used by researchers, they want to do exposures several days or several weeks to achieve measurable neurotoxic effects. It's difficult to get these in with a single exposure of a day or less. So in rats, I'm going to just give a brief summary here of the effects in rats. In rats, you do see ataxia at concentrations of 1,800 to 2,000 parts per million with a few daily exposures, less than a week. But this could be due to just general CNS depressant effects that you see with a lot of organic chemicals. However, at concentrations of 800 parts per million or more for a week has resulted in axonal myelin sheath swelling of the gracile nucleus and the posterior tibial nerve. A gracile nucleus is a nerve bundle that carries information about fine touch and vibrations from the lower part of the body to the brainstem. So we're talking about the peripheral nervous system. At concentrations of 200 parts per million or greater for 3 weeks, this resulted in decreased muscle strength of the rats. Okay, next slide. We also have some information about acute toxicity, subacute toxicity in mice. We have a little bit different story going on here. So with the 800 parts per million or greater in mice for 6 hours results in decreased sperm motility in males. This is part of the reason the Proposition 65 program notes that there's a reproductive effect in males and females. At concentrations of 500 parts per million or greater, this results in liver damage in the mice. Higher concentrations of around 1,000 parts per million or so can result in death by the end of the day 2 of exposure. Also in mice, you see respiratory airway lesions of the epithelium. This is observed at concentrations as low as 125 parts per million after a 2-week exposure. Next slide. We also have some developmental studies, primarily one developmental study. Developmental abnormalities or anomalies in newborn rodents resulted from 1BP exposure during gestation. This is considered an acute effect, and this is because during gestation, there could be a sensitive point in development where just a 1-hour exposure could result in the developmental anomaly or abnormality. So the Huntington Life Sciences study from 2001, maternal rat exposure was 6 hours per day to concentrations of 0, 100, 498, and 996 parts per million during gestational days 6 to 19. In the rat fetuses on gestational day 20, they found reduced skull ossification at concentrations of 498 parts per million and greater, and an increase in bent ribs at 996 parts per million, the highest dose. We use this as a key study for the acute REL, because this was the most sensitive endpoint for acute exposure to 1BP. Next slide. Okay, here in this table, we show the skeletal abnormalities in the fetuses that were exposed to 1BP. Number of litters examined per dose group was 23 to 25. Number of fetuses examined was between 145 and 153. For reduced skull ossification, we have the fetal incidence there that was increased at the 2 highest doses, and same with the litter incidence, increased at the 2 highest doses. For bent ribs, the increase in the incidence of bent ribs increased at the highest dose of 996 parts per million. So we chose reduced skull ossification as the critical effect for our acute REL derivation. Next slide. We took the data from this study and modeled it in a benchmark dose program by US EPA. We used the nested dichotomous analysis. So this, we include the individual data here from each fetus, but the term nested means it also takes into account the effect or the incidence rate in each litter. So our nested dichotomous model here applies a line to the data. We have dose on the x-axis and response on the y-axis. And as dose increase, you get an increase in response for the reduced skull ossification. Now there's a vertical orangish reddish line there near 200 parts per million there. That is at the benchmark response rate of 5% for this endpoint. And the benchmark dose falls there around 200 parts per million, a little under. And the purplish vertical line to the left is what's called the BMDL. This is the 95% lower confidence limit for the BMD. That falls down at around 130, 131 parts per million. Next slide. So again, our benchmark dose response is 5%, and that's equivalent to a benchmark dose of 187 parts per million. The 95% lower confidence limit, or BMDL, is 131 parts per million. 131 parts per million is what we chose as our point of departure for the acute REL. We did not apply a time adjustment for exposure during gestation, even though the exposures were 6 hours per day. And this is again because of the possibility that there's a very sensitive period during development where exposure for 1 hour could result in this particular response or anomaly. We applied a human equivalent concentration, an RGDR, which stands for regional gas dose ratio, of 1, and this is what we generally use for systemic effects. Next slide. To our point of departure, we applied uncertainty factors. For the interspecies uncertainty factor, the toxicokinetic portion was 2, and this is for residual toxicokinetic differences not addressed by the RGDR. Our toxicodynamic portion is the square root of 10 or root 10. This is for lack of toxicodynamic data. Next slide. For our interspecies uncertainty factor, the toxicokinetic portion was given a 10. This is because we have no information on pharmacokinetic differences for 1BP among adults, infants, and children. The toxicodynamic portion was given a square root of 10, or root 10 for this uncertainty factor. And this is because we use a sensitive time endpoint development as a point of departure. So in other words, we used root 10 rather than 10 for this uncertainty factor. The cumulative uncertainty factor is 200. So our point of departure of 659 milligrams per cubic meter, or 131 parts per million, is divided into 200. And this results in an acute REL value, or proposed acute REL, of 3.3 milligrams per cubic meter, or 3,300 micrograms per cubic meter. And this is equivalent to 3.3 milligrams per cubic meter is equivalent to 0.7 parts per million. Next slide. Now go on to the chronic and subchronic effects, and we'll start with experimental animals. Now, to briefly summarize here, the neurological studies in rats, there's several of them in the literature, and the exposures are 8 to 12 weeks. Generally, more of them were 12 weeks in length. The exposures are generally 6 to 8 hours per day, 5 to 7 days per week. This kind of protocol was used to find neurological effects or measurable effects. But concentrations at 400 parts per million or greater, you see increased distal latency of the sciatic nerve. Distal latency is essentially a delay when you have a stimulus at, for example, at the end of the tail. You apply a electrical stimulus, and then at the base of the tail, you measure how long it takes for that electrical stimulation to reach the base of the tail. It doesn't necessarily follow the sciatic nerve. It could take other paths on its way. But anyway, the time it took to get from one end to the other was increased. Along with this, at this same dose level, 400 parts per million or greater, there was a decreased forelimb strength. This is measured by hanging the rat off a bar by their hind legs and seeing how long they hang. Histopathology, they find axonal degeneration and demyelination. So these effects is what result in an increase in the distal latency. At 800 parts per million or greater, there's a decreased motor nerve conduction velocity, also due to the demyelination and damage to the nerves. Next slide. The National Toxicology Program had a 2-year study in rats and mice. This is primarily to look at the carcinogenic action of 1-bromopropane, but they also record non-cancer effects. Now, they did not find apparent lesions in the nervous system, but they were mainly looking at the brain and spinal cord. I don't think they were looking at the peripheral nervous system, the nerves there. So they may have missed some injury to the peripheral nervous system. What they did find was respiratory tract lesions in mice at the lowest dose of 62.5 parts per million. Another interesting thing that endpoint that they found in rats was what's called Splendor Hopley material. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but these are abscesses that were found primarily in the nose and skin of exposed rats. This is often considered to be evidence of immunosuppression or a result of immunosuppression. Next slide. So in humans, subchronic and chronic effects, the effects are similar to what I described for acute and subacute. But we're talking about exposures at lower concentrations over a longer period of time. You see the neurological effects dominate over any other possible effects to tissues and other organs. The neurological effects include numbness of the lower limbs, decreased paresthesia, which is a decreased sense of vibration, unstable gait, and difficulty walking. We have several occupational studies that performed nerve conduction tests. The most common finding was reduced conduction velocity and increased distal latency in the peripheral motor and sensory nerves of the lower limbs. Next slide. So in a case report by Sklar in 1999, there was a patient hospitalized following 2 months of exposure to nearly pure 1BP. We don't know what the exposure concentration was, but it could have been in the hundreds of parts per million. This was one of the first nerve conduction exams of a patient poisoned or exposed to 1BP, resulting in the symptoms that I described on the previous slide. So the sural and peroneal sensory nerves were measured, and there was a decrease in conduction velocity, 29 to 36 meters per second, which is well below the range of normality, which is 40 to 41 meters per second. Motor nerve distal latencies were also measured, and those were in the range of 8 to 9.6 milliseconds. And this is well above the normal range for these nerves of 6.1 to 6.5 milliseconds. Next slide. Now, there was a series of studies from China by Li et al. And we use this as a key study for the chronic and 8-hour RELs. In this study, they looked at 71 female workers from 4 Chinese 1BP manufacturing plants. This is one of the largest cohort of 1BP workers studied. They compared it to a control group of 71 female workers from the same region, but in industries in which they were not exposed to 1BP. Geometric mean concentration that the workers were exposed to was 14.13 milligrams per cubic meter, or about 2.81 part per million. Mean duration was 38.8 months. Next slide. These are the results for nerve conduction and distal latency tests conducted by Li et al. So for tibial nerve distal latency, there was a statistically significantly increase in the distal latency of 1BP exposed workers compared to controls. For the tibial motor nerve and the sural sensory nerve conduction velocity, there was a statistically significant decrease in conduction velocity in the 1BP exposed workers compared to controls. Now for conduction velocity, this was within the cutoff of normality for both groups, the 1BP exposed and controls. They were still within the range of normal, what's considered normal for humans. However, if you notice that the distal latency is increased both for control and 1BP above the range of normality. And this could be really due to testing differences or methodology differences or environmental differences that result in both groups being above the cutoff. For example, if the workers and controls were measured when their skin was colder, this would slow the, or this would slow the, or cause the increase in distal latency. Next slide. There should be a slide before this. Should be another table. Okay. So these are the results for paresthesia. So compared to controls, the 1BP workers, there was an statistically significant increase in the vibration threshold measured in decibels. in the left foot, but apparently not the right foot. It wasn't explained why there was a difference here. For vibration delay measured in seconds, there was a increase in the delay of 1BP workers compared to controls. For controls, it was about 3 seconds, and for 1BP workers, it was about 6 seconds, so about 3 seconds longer. Now, the way they measure this is the examiner or physician takes a tuning fork, vibrating tuning fork, and applies it against a specific part of the ankle or foot of the worker. And that the worker tells them when they can't feel the vibration anymore, and the examiner quickly moves it to his or her foot in the same spot to see how much longer the examiner can feel the vibration. So it was 3 seconds longer in controls and 6 seconds longer in 1BP workers. Next slide. So as I mentioned several slides before, we used the Lee et al. Study from 2010 as for the point of departure. It was a critical study. The point of departure being 14.13 milligrams per cubic meter. To this number, we applied a time adjustment of 10 cubic meters over 20 cubic meters. And this is because 8-hour working exposures are thought to result in half the air breathed by a person during a 24-hour period. So for 24-hour period, you breathe 20 cubic meters of air. For a working active 8-hour period, that you breathe half of that, or 10 cubic meters. We also have a time adjustment of 5 days over 7 days. The workers were working up to 5 days, and in our guidelines, we use 7 days for the chronic REL derivation. This resulted in 5.05 milligrams per cubic meter. Now we apply the uncertainty factors. We have a low L uncertainty factor. That's the lowest observable adverse effect level. We apply an uncertainty factor of square root of 10. This is for subclinical findings in the 1BP exposed workers. In other words, they didn't realize they were at a reduction in conduction velocity of their nerves. They didn't realize that their vibration sense was reduced. So this is what the researchers called it subclinical results. We apply a subchronic uncertainty factor of 10. This is because the exposures, the average exposure was 38.8 months. And this is less than 8% of estimated lifetime. So in this case, our guidelines say to apply a subchronic uncertainty factor of 10. Next slide. Total interspecies uncertainty factor is 1 because this is a human study. We have no extrapolation from animal to human. The intraspecies uncertainty factors, though, which looks at the range and variability within a human population. The toxicokinetic portion, we gave a full 10. This is to protect infants and children. And the intraspecies toxicodynamic portion is also 10. This is because we consider neurotoxicity a critical effect. Cumulative uncertainty factor was 3,000, which is at about the limit that we would consider using an uncertainty factor of this size. The chronic REL is 5.05 milligrams per cubic meter divided into 3,000, resulted in a chronic or proposed chronic REL of 1.7 micrograms per cubic meter or 0.3 part per billion. Next slide. Our 8-hour REL is based on the same occupational study that we used for the chronic REL derivation. So the same point of departure of 14.13 milligrams per cubic meter. Where the difference comes is in the time adjustment. So we don't have a 10 cubic meter over 20 cubic meter adjustment in there. Thus, our 8-hour REL is basically double the chronic REL value. All other uncertainty factors are the same. So our proposed 8-hour REL is 3.4 micrograms per cubic meter or 0.7 part per billion. Next slide. In summary, these are our proposed 1BP RELs. The acute is 3,300 micrograms per cubic meter. The chronic and 8-hour are 1.7 and 3.4 micrograms per cubic meter respectively. Next slide. We had a workshop where we presented this to the public several months ago. The 1BP REL document was released for a 45-day public comment period on January 8th, 2022. And during this time, we had a public presentation that was held on January 26th, 2022. It was held virtually. We had no public comments received on the document. So normally at this point, I would be going over the public comments, but since we don't have any, that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you very much, Darren. So our leads for this were Mike Kleiman and Kathy Hammond. So I'd like to start with that. And let's see if we can't get Kathy remotely first. We'll start with Kathy. Kathy, can you say hi to us? Kathy, we can't hear you. I can see that you're not muted. Victor's trying to work on it. Oh, Kathy, it looks like you might be muted. Can you unmute yourself? Oh, we're still not getting anything, Kathy. The only other remote panelist was going to be Paul, but he's not on.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. All right.
You can
Perfect.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Oh, technical difficulties. Sorry.
Okay, great. It's good to have you with us. Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, first of all, I want to commend you all for tracking down these articles in Chinese and getting those translated. It added tremendously to the database with which you worked. And I think we need to be doing more of that. And I've been trying to do that like with my IARC meetings, and I'm just really happy to see that. I just think that's excellent. And I know that that's a lot of work. So thank you for doing that. And all my other comments are really quite minor. I think it's a good report. I would suggest that wherever you're talking about air concentrations, you make it clear it's air. And most places it is, but there are places that aren't a few. And also that when you give concentrations, you report either ppb or ppm, as well as the micrograms per cubic meter metric. But I think particularly for these materials, ppm or ppb is a more common thing. So those should be included in doing that. Let's see. So I was interested in table 12. That it appeared that the lowest observed adverse effect level was between 1 and 3 ppm on page 48. Many of the outcomes were less than 7 ppm, but the chronic rel comes in at just at a tenth of that, 0.7 ppm. So it's actually on the order of just even only half of where there's a low L, not even a no L. I was curious about that. I don't know if you have any comments there.
I'm sorry. Kathy,
Say that again?
could you repeat that?
Sure.
Comment
On table 12, for instance, on page 48. Let me pull mine up.
Okay, yeah, I've got it here now.
Okay, I'm noticing that the low L, the lowest observed adverse effect level, for instance, I'm just looking in general here, is like one, this is the effects in humans.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see what you're looking at now. Yeah, that's a typo. It should be 2.81, not 1.28.
2.81, okay.
Wait, this is for Lee et al. 2010A. I'm sorry. This was another study by Lee et al. Looking at many of the same workers. But I decided not to choose that study. Even though there was a lower low L, this is because they divided the workers into 3 groups based on their level of exposure.
Right.
Their level of exposure was determined over 1 or 2 days of personal measurements. And then they go on to say that, at least, I can't recall if it was in this paper or one of the other Lee et al. Papers, but they go on to say that the workers are often rotated among the various jobs.
Yeah, I saw that.
So what I gathered from that is that over time, their exposures are all going to be very similar because they're being rotated among jobs where some exposures are less than others and others are more or a little higher in 1 BP. That's why I chose Lee et al. 2010B, which grouped all the female workers together because I think over time their exposures are all about the same.
Well, again,
Does that make
what's
sense?
listed as what's listed for that then for 2010B, the low L is still 2.81, right? ppm.
Right.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to say is if you go on to the next page, there's a no L of 1.2, a low L of 4. My concern is that there's not much safety margin here between a low L and the actual value that you chose of 0.7.
You think the uncertainty factor that we had in there was not high enough?
Well, I mean, when you have, I didn't take it from that perspective. I just looked at the low L, and I don't normally think we set a reference standard at, half of the low L, or in this case, a quarter of the low L.
Kathy, this is Court. Can you be a little clearer where you're getting this 0.7 ppm, or is it the 0.7 ppb?
Isn't it 0.7 ppm is the REL for, isn't that right?
Oh no, it's in parts per billion.
Oh, I'm looking at the acute rel, sorry. The acute rel is 0.7 ppm.
Oh, okay, right.
And this is the chronic. But
Right, the acute rel, proposed rel is 700 parts per billion, and the, well, the 8-hour chronic rel is 0.7 parts per billion. So it's 1,000-fold less there.
Yeah, yes. It was the chronic verse. I was misremembering, sorry. Anyhow, overall, I just want to say I was very pleased with the addition, the really good literature review that was added, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Turn now to Mike Kleinman.
Thank you. So first, I want to reiterate what Kathy said. It's a very nice job, and I thought that putting literature together the way you did was extremely good.
Sorry, Mike. Can you talk into the mic?
Let me take the mask off.
Thank you.
I wanted to say that the way the tables were put together made it very easy to follow the logic of what was going on. I think a couple of minor things, I have a bunch of minor typos and things, but I can send those separately. But I think the justification for using the developmental endpoint for the acute study, I think could use a little bit more shoring up in terms of explaining it. It was hard to get my head around the idea that they're doing a 3-week exposure over the entire gestation period, and you know, saying that there might be one day that was the sensitive time point. If there was a little more justification for that, I think that would be helpful. But I think on the other hand, there is justification just looking at the widespread incidence of the biomarker, the N-propylcysteine, in children, in the NHANES study, indicating that children are being exposed, all the way through. So it's fair to take that as the target population. So I like that. I thought where you mentioned the inhalation unit risk factor, up in the beginning, you mentioned it. It'd be good to just put the number in. It wasn't referenced in the document, I think, just as a point of comparison for people to just see it. I think that would be helpful. And the last thing I wanted to ask about is at the end of the document, you mentioned that CARB is anticipating identifying 1BP as a toxic air contaminant. Is that part of this process, or is that something CARB does separately?
That's something that CARB does separately, but it's essentially automatic under the statute. I mean, they'll have to go through their regulatory procedure to do it, but they are required when US EPA adds a chemical to the HAP list to designate it as a toxic air contaminant.
Right, I didn't understand that. That's good to know. I think I have a marginal note here. There is evidence of persistent effects in some of the high exposure studies. And did you factor that into looking at the chronic effects or setting the chronic rel?
Um, I believe it's incorporated into the chronic rel at the level of the intraspecies uncertainty factor. It's part of the reasoning for using a tenfold for both toxicokinetic and toxicodynamic portions.
Okay, so there is a margin of safety for these.
Right, that's pretty much the maximum margin of safety that you can use for that part of the for that portion of uncertainty factor.
Okay, and there's also a degree of protection in the subchronic uncertainty factor of 10, which is less than 8% of lifetime. So there's a certain degree of that's meant to account for the uncertainty of what happens if you have a longer exposure than the 38.8 months that you're talking about in the Q study.
Great. Well, thank you. That's good. Thanks.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Mike. So we'll just go around now and see if other panel members have comments. And Karen, since you're right to my left, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I appreciated the presentation very much. I thought it was very clear and very comprehensive. I only had one minor technical question, really, which is on the slide of the graph that shows the algorithm by which the lower confidence limit is ascertained using the software on, yes, on that graph. So this is an illustration. I'm assuming this isn't actually the direct output of the program, or is it?
This is the direct output from the program, yes.
Okay, so that estimated probability is the model output from the program, is what I would guess. Yeah, okay, that was my question. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Thank you, Karen. Ahmad?
Well, I echo other panel members' comment. This is a really good piece of work. The authors have done a good job reviewing the literature, selecting pertinent papers and summarizing them and providing a brief synopsis. The text is really good and easy to follow, and they've used very well-established modeling approaches to make their derivation for REL. The one concern that I have, although I understand all the limitations of the published literature, but my concern is regarding the choice of these two key studies that were used for REL. These two studies, one is a non-published, non-peer-reviewed study, which is sponsored by a consortium, and the other one, the Li et al., is a Chinese study, a foreign language study, which was basically translated into English for OHIHA. Both studies, particularly the second one, has limitations, and you rightfully indicated them in the text towards the end. They're missing data. There are certain parameters that are vaguely described. The exposure assessment is not complete, and so on and so forth. In academia, in the field that I work, these type of studies are rarely referenced in a report or a publication or a grant, let alone to be used for benchmarking purposes. I would assume for regulatory purposes, the standards should be much higher and stricter. That is what I see going through this. But of course, I understand how your hands are tied given the limitations of the availability of the published literature. But I just wanted to bring this up to see how the panel or you feel about it.
Yeah, those are valid points. We decided to go with the Chinese study for the chronic REL because there was basically 3 studies that looked at about the same group of people, quite a bit of information. But it does have its limitations. But we like to go with human studies, if at all possible, rather than to resort to animal studies. That's why we have that table in the derivation section that looks at other alternative RELs based on animal studies. And they all fall, the closest one was within 3-fold, but it was higher than the value we got based on the Chinese study. So that's one of the reasons we put those alternatives there. In case we decide that the Chinese study was not strong enough, we can resort to these, or at least we can point to these to show that we are being protective. Because the Chinese study, the resulting chronic REL is lower than any of the other endpoints that were used in, that were from animal studies.
Thank you, Ahmad. Joe, any comments?
I agree with everything the other panel members have said so far. The document's well and comprehensively researched from the literature. It's very well written. It's been reviewed extensively and they've answered the reviews. And it's interesting to see how, as far as dry cleaning is concerned, we started with PCE, we went to TCE, we went to TCA, and now we're at 1-bromo propane. And so I think you're absolutely right to be as health protective in this document as you can, and that seems to be. Congratulate you also.
Great, thank you, Joe. Beata?
Yeah, I completely agree. Well written. I enjoyed reading all the worker health studies. Thank you for putting those in. They were really well described, as much as you could describe them. And I mean, I don't have much to add, except that I'm very surprised to see how much workers were harmed and then described as not employed anymore, but still having severe effects years later. So that's very unnerving for somebody who is in worker protection. The other thing that I was wondering was, I mean, these peripheral nervous system effects are sometimes subtle, but sometimes not so subtle. And they are describing effects on the central nervous system, including depression and some cognitive outcomes. And that's what got my interest, because those are more subtle. And when you are aging, these effects can compound quickly. And then seeing that the US population basically is exposed, 99%. That makes me wonder about long-term chronic effects, even at low doses. So, but of course, there's nothing we have in terms of information about any of this. And these workers were all young. So I think you did the right thing going with the females here. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Beata. I'm looking over at Victor and Arash now. Any connection from Paul? Has he joined us? No. Okay. We will skip Paul then. I just had a few comments. One, line 1433 to 35, the sentence is just confusing. Whenever you read it, I'm sure you will be able to figure out what word might be missing. So that's 1433 through 35. Second, to kind of mirror what Mike was saying about including the IUR value, I think it's always helpful to have the EPA values. So if there are EPA values, it's nice to include those so we can just compare what you've come up with versus what EPA came up with. I'd like to also reiterate the point that I thought the alternative REL derivation was very helpful. to just see what the animal endpoints was giving us versus what you had for the human endpoint. And then my only other comment is in table 2, which is so like page 27. So this is the acute, subacute effects. Actually, sorry, it's page 26. So you've got the Huntington Life Sciences study here, which is the study you use for the REL, but this isn't the endpoint that you use for the acute REL, right?
Yeah, that's correct. These are effects that we're seeing acutely, I believe, in the mothers.
Right, and this was skull ossification in the
Right.
offspring. So are those in another table?
Yeah, the developmental effects were in a developmental table
okay.
later in the document.
This might be
Yeah.
helpful in the acute table, because that's where I was looking for, going back and forth between the REL and the table to just make either repeat the skull ossification endpoint, low L and no L there, or just make a note in the table where that data is.
Okay,
That
I'll
makes
do
sense.
that.
Yeah. And those were my only comments. Yeah, again, as every panel member has said, a very nice job. So thank you, Awiha. And final comments. So we are running way ahead of time, which is a fantastic place to be. I appreciate that. Dr. Krishnan, are you prepared? Okay, is there any reason we should wait? Okay. Then thank you very much, John and Darren, and let us push ahead with the first informational item.
Before we push ahead, there is one Q&A comment, but I believe we are not accepting public
Yeah,
comment.
so just to clarify for the public, by statute, the scientific review panel does not take public input on health guidance values. So we will be following that procedure.
Another point is that there was a scheduled 10-minute break here.
There was, but we're way ahead of time. So we're going to push forward and then we'll take our break probably after the next presentation. Yeah, but thank you, Araj. Okay, so our next item is our first informational item regarding a proposed process for hotspots chemical reviews. And please welcome Dr. Kannan Krishnan, who's chair of the Air and Site Assessment and Climate Indicators branch at OEHA, who will be making the presentation. Dr. Krishnan.
Thank you for the kind introduction. And with me here today is Dr. John Boudreau, Chief of Air Toxicology and Risk Assessment Section. And joining us online is Dr. Vince Coliano, Deputy Director, Division of Scientific Programs at OEHA. This informational presentation is on a proposed process for hotspots chemical reviews, specifically on leveraging authoritative sources to develop OEHA documents. Now, let me invite Dr. Coliano to make some introductory remarks before I continue.
Thank you very much, Kannan, and good morning, everybody. I'm really pleased to be bringing this informational item to the panel today. In my career at different public health agencies, I've found the occasion to sometimes work on the same chemical at more than one place. And there's good reasons for that sometimes. You have newer studies since a previous assessment was done by somebody else, or another assessment was of more limited scope, say perhaps only one exposure route, or your agency has particular guidelines for how it conducts the evaluations of studies or the public comments and peer review periods, and you have to follow those procedures. So there are good reasons for multiple agencies doing reviews of the same chemical. But sometimes we're doing some work that I wonder, are we really adding value? For example, when we're writing dozens and dozens of pages of descriptions of another study, And another agency has done that really well. I sometimes wonder, is this the best use of the taxpayers' money to have us redo the work of other agencies? And so you think about, why can't we do this more like is done in the scientific community and build on the work of other peer-reviewed science and cite work that's done that can be incorporated without compromising the integrity of our own product. So we started thinking about this in OEHA, about how we might streamline the development of our assessments. And we're pleased today to bring you some of the ideas that we've had and to have a discussion with you about this. So I'd like to turn it back to Dr. Kannan Krishnan, who's the new chief of our Air and Site Assessment and Climate Indicators branch. And you may know Dr. Krishnan's name from his many publications in the field, particularly in pharmacokinetics. And also he comes to us from having a 25 or so year career at the University of Montreal as a professor, and then working at at Canada's largest public health agency for worker safety. So with that, I'd like to, gives me great pleasure to introduce Kannan Krishnan again and turn the presentation over to him.
Thank you, Dr. Coliano. Can I have the next slide, please? So today's presentation essentially focuses on the first step of the continuum leading to the production of the document, the final document on reference exposure levels, RELs, for non-cancer health effects, and the cancer inhalation unit risk values, referred to as IURs. So you see here the 4 boxes are capturing the key steps, starting with the OEHA internal, consisting of a literature review, evaluation, and draft document development, then public input by way of written comments and in workshops, then SRP review, and revisions leading to the final document. The focus of this presentation and discussion is on the first box here, right on the top. Next slide, please. To develop hotspots assessments, OEHA conducts comprehensive search and evaluation of the scientific literature in each case. And the OEHA documents contain detailed study-by-study descriptions and the text on the development of dose response analysis to develop the health guidance values, as you have seen. And the draft documents are submitted for public and SRP reviews at the rate of about 1 to 3 chemicals per year. Next slide, please. In a draft document, such as the one reviewed earlier today, typically we find descriptions of use and occurrence with a focus on California-specific data, full descriptions of toxicokinetics, key mechanistic data on health effects studies, as well as dose response analysis performed preferably using the inhalation exposure studies. Despite the usefulness, the detailed study-by-study descriptions in some cases can be time-consuming, can end up repeating the descriptions found elsewhere, that is in other authoritative sources, and may not add value to the overall assessment. Next slide, please. Considering the many chemicals without cancer and non-cancer health effects values and the need for such values, in this context, we can refer to updates to emissions inventory criteria and guidelines regulation chemical list, and SNAPs, study of neighborhood air near pollution sources chemicals, as examples. More rapid document development essentially can then support these efforts in a timely manner. Thus, our internal thinking continues to focus on ways to expedite, ways to improve, and make it more efficient. Next slide, please. In this regard, what we are proposing as an internal improvement is to leverage work from other health agencies and OEHA programs when appropriate and feasible. Of course, when it's from outside OEHA, we would review the scope and methods used in developing such a source document, in view of our own goals and requirements. And leveraging work from other sources would then call for streamlining the document contents. Basically considering what's already covered in the source document used as a leverage, and what additional data have become available since then, it would be appropriate to produce a high-level synthesis rather than study-by-study descriptions, which can be found in the source document. So those are the situations essentially we're talking about. So the proposed approach would potentially improve efficiency to expedite the document development, especially for chemicals, for which there's a possibility to leverage authoritative work done by another agency or program. Instead of redoing the literature search or literature review covering the same time period and presenting again or developing the study descriptions from scratch that has been done by another agency recently. Slide, please. And now there is an opportunity and a need at this time to apply such an expedited approach for ethylene oxide, designated a toxic air contaminant by CARB in 1987. US EPA has come up with a recent risk assessment based on human data that reports a cancer inhalation unit risk, or an IUR value, that's much greater than previously published based on animal data. And there are efforts underway to collect data on emissions from facilities handling ethylene oxide in the country. And our own assessment was done in '87. And in consultation with CARB, we're planning to update the IUR for ethylene oxide. So here is a situation that would really benefit from an expedited document development approach, leveraging other authoritative work done on this chemical. Next slide, please. So ethylene oxide is of interest to the Hotspots program as well as the Proposition 65 program at OEHA. Ethylene oxide is to be reviewed by both programs for updating, since both of these programs developed estimates using animal data during 1987-88, in the late 80s. Now, new relevant studies have become available since adoption of the hotspots and the Prop 65 values, including new human cancer studies. So here's a situation now with ethylene oxide in which it would be beneficial to coordinate efforts internally so that joint development of the assessment can produce deliverables for both programs at OEHA. And updating the ethylene oxide IUR can build upon the comprehensive and authoritative reviews available from other health agencies. Next slide, please. So compared to the conventional workflow then, what we propose is to start out, compared to the conventional workflow of starting with the full literature review, we propose to use the US EPA 2016 assessment document as the base, as the starting point, as the source for full description of studies published since 1987. That is, since our last assessment, since the last assessment conducted by DHS, Department of Health Services. So OEHA evaluation then will focus on literature search since the 2016 assessment, or since the 2016 EPA document. And we would present an overall synthesis of the relevant studies and develop our independent dose response analysis, which will be described fully in the draft document. So the proposed approach then would result in the use of the same studies and the same dose response models across the two OEHA programs, and will benefit from concurrent public comment periods and reviews. Next slide, please. So adopting such an approach, in terms of leveraging other work other authoritative work, would result in streamlining of the document content in a way. Because we would present a synthesis of all relevant studies. Of course, the EPA document would be referenced as a source of all the older studies and descriptions. And then we would include detailed descriptions of the key cancer studies as well as other relevant studies, and include full description of dose response modeling, including the study selection. So the first bullet is where you see the modification or the consequence of streamlining, if you will, that accommodates a synthesis of relevant studies using another authoritative document as a source for the older studies. On the public input and the SRP review process, components of the overall process will remain the same. So it's only the first box of the 4 boxes that I alluded to in slide 2. That's where this modification would impact or occur. So the next and the last slide. With that, we look forward to your feedback on expediting hotspots assessments by appropriately leveraging work of other authoritative entities and OEHA programs, and specifically on the proposal to update the cancer inhalation unit risk for ethylene oxide. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Krishnan. So we open it up to the panel for comments. All right, I'll start. Oh, wait, I'm not, no, you're very speedy on me. Oh, okay, so I just, thinking about the background, if you remember, ARB came to us, was it 2 years ago now, 3 years ago? I can't remember, to update Appendix A of the Hotspots program. And they have added hundreds of new chemicals. All right, so there are, I can't remember how many hundreds of chemicals are on the list now with no health guidance values. But clearly at our pace of 1 to 3 documents a year, we're never going to get through them. So I am strongly in favor of any scientifically justifiable way in which we can expedite the process. It's a huge amount of work to develop these health guidance values. And so if we can leverage work that other agencies have done, that's a win for us, I believe. That's my overall comment. Dr. Krishnan, I was wondering if you might have a sense of how common this approach might be. Are there lots of chemical species out there for which we've already got a health guidance value document from another agency?
I think for de novo assessments and for which there hasn't been a recent assessment elsewhere or such a work done, essentially that wouldn't change anything. You would have to do what we have been doing and you would see exactly the same sort of documents. In cases where we'd be able to use this as a starting point to see whether there has been a recent authoritative review completed, would be able to take advantage of that and integrate it in the workflow. And I wouldn't have a number to put on the table. It would depend on the chemical and how recently other agencies have looked at it and conducted the literature review.
Sure. John, do you have any sense? Are there many documents out there that we could leverage?
If you're talking about cancer documents, probably not a great deal. I mean, at least in terms of documents that have come forward with a cancer dose response assessment. So, I mean, for example, IARC has a reasonable number of chemicals out there where they've done hazard identifications, but they don't do dose response. So, the question would be, whether a future cancer document would be for the bulk of the study descriptions for, cancer and gene tox, for example, that also usually goes into a cancer document where it's just essentially, instead of describing all the gene tox studies, where we would just say, put essentially a summary of what's gone on and say for more detail, see the IARC monograph. So that would be, a potential avenue to go down. But I think we went back when we originally did, for example, the cancer potency factor TSD, and mined way back when a lot of the US EPA IRIS numbers that we didn't have, where we didn't have a corresponding number. So we've already incorporated a lot of those. And US EPA hasn't come up with a lot of documents recently. Ethylene oxide is one of the few that comes to mind. We've been kind of actually running ahead of them on some things because we have cancer inhalation risk now for cobalt, and PCBTF, and 1-bromo propane that they don't have yet.
So that's for a cancer endpoint. How about for non-cancer? Do you feel, is there much out there that we could leverage?
We'd have to go back and look. I couldn't give you, a one-to-one correlation right now. They've got their RFCs and they don't, one thing I'll note is US EPA does not do the equivalent of an acute rel. They only do the equivalent of chronic rels. So, and they have their methodology, we have ours. So even when ours tends to be more, quite frankly, more health protective. So we could take one of their numbers potentially if they had what they call a RFC, a reference concentration, and we don't have a corresponding chronic rel, but we would still have to make sure that there weren't any studies, newer studies that we need to include, because a lot of the US EPA IRIS RFCs at this point are pretty old. So we would have to check the literature, and we'd want to check their point of departure for their key study and go ahead and run it through our methodology to make sure it worked.
Okay, thank you. So
If I might jump in for a minute, since I've come to California, I'm actually pleased that OEA has been running ahead of the US EPA in generating numbers. But I think one of the real values of this will be in the hazard area. So I think IARC has been pretty active in identifying new possible and probable carcinogens. And I think they do a very good write-up, and I think those could be leveraged on the cancer studies and on genotoxicity. And also ATSDR does quite a few very large documents on important chemicals. And I think, again, the hazard part can be leveraged. I think we would intend to do our own dose response analyses in most cases. So the fact that IARC doesn't do dose response, I don't think should hold us back. But I do think that there's a lot of good writing they do on the cancer studies and genotoxicity studies that we could leverage.
thank you, Vince. So I've just been handed a note. If someone has a comment, so we're not actually at public comment period yet, so public, we're not ready for you, but if anybody else has a comment, please don't put it in the Q&A. We're not going to see the written comments at this point. So panel members and anyone else, including Vince, please do what Vince did, which is speak up. All right, so I'm going to go to Ahmad and then Kathy and then Beata. Ahmad?
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. I think it's great what you're proposing here. And one of the goals that you're stating is to basically save the taxpayer money by avoiding duplicate work and doing work that has already been done, which is a commendable task. I'm wondering, have you given any thought to publishing the reports, the already existing reports or the reports that are going to come in the coming years, because these are tremendous body of works throughout years. I've seen these reports. They're very informative. They're of interest to a broad audience, including scientists, researchers, authorities. It is very likely that sometimes the topics that you may want to consider working on has already been done by some other bodies, but the report is not in public domain, and that could happen to the work of your scientists here. I know there are certain scientific journals that are interested in this type of reports, although these are, they tend to be lengthy, but for example, Lancet journals, family of journals, publishes this type of reports from IARC or Mutation Research or Elsevier publishers. So I'm just thinking, is it an option for you to look into and see whether or not you can make this broader scientific community and
I mean, I agree with your comment, and these are publicly available in the sense that these are being posted in our website. So certainly anyone doing like a gray literature review would see it. But regarding the publications, what I have seen before coming to OIHA is that contents of several of the reports have appeared in the peer-reviewed literature, but I don't know about this specific program developing IURs and RELs, but I've seen parts of reports being published in the scientific peer-reviewed literature, and that significantly contributes to the knowledge base. So thanks for that comment, and I'll really done. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to it.
Just that, you know, one thing with IARC and the Lancet monitor, when they publish in Lancet, is that I think they want to get their information out really early. You know, so they publish it in Lancet, you know, at least, you know, a summary of what they did, and then they come out with the full monograph later. Whereas we have essentially really have a process that we have to follow that's outlined in statute. So, you know, probably wouldn't want to hold up a document necessarily to publish it in the literature. We could, I guess, think about doing that down the road, but you know, we just try to get the health values out to the point where they're actually able to be used in the hotspots program as soon as possible.
Thank you. I mean, Ahmad, I agree with the goal in terms of trying to make all this work that OIHA does and other agencies more available to everyone. But I feel like publishing is just another step that's going to take more time. And so I wonder if there's some way to somehow leverage indexing or somehow, I don't know how one makes studies more available, but I'm sensing from the hands that other people do. So I'm going to go to Karen and then Beata.
Yeah, I think it's a laudable point to make sure this literature is accessible, but I do agree that publication takes a lot of time, and that may not be in the direct mandate of this process. So I wonder if a review article just alerting the scientific community to this resource might be a way to go. You know, an overview article in Lancet pointing out this resource is available and directing interested parties to the website.
Thank you. Beata?
So hearing this, I was wondering why there isn't something similar to the comparative toxicogenomics database or Tox21, where all this data is actually available and very, not just available, but you can use it in different ways. Researchers can use it, and you can make comparisons across studies, from human studies to the tox literature, which I, as an epidemiologist, normally wouldn't be able to, but I can, put in certain genes, I can put in certain agents, and then the information is summarized for me. And in this day and age, I think we should go towards, that kind of standardization, not standardization, but making available the literature and the work you're doing to the broader scientific community in that way. So if you're generating this information, it could maybe be in a tabular form, and then with data visualization tools that people can pull this data out, and you never have to update it again. But you can, of course, start with IARC, and you can start with ATSDR, whoever has done work on that chemical, you can put all the different pieces of information online in a systematic manner. And that should be possible. And that would live a very long life and could be very cumulative.
Thank you for the suggestion. So I promised Kathy several minutes ago that I would call on her, so I'm going to do that. Kathy, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, I think this is a great idea at one level because, as you say, there are just so many chemicals that need to be done, and having them redone and redoing work has limited value. However, I do want to talk about where it does have value. As we said earlier, most agencies are not using extensive global literature, and I was very pleased to see the extensive access to and use of the Chinese literature in this most latest document. So I would encourage that as you go further and build upon the things that are there and rely on them, that you not only look at the literature that's been published since the other material was done, but also the literature that was omitted. But I think that that's an important step. And again, as has been mentioned, IARC does not do a dose response. So that's an important step that would also need to be done. So I think there still will be plenty of work to do, but let's minimize the duplication of the work for sure, so we can get more chemicals done. So I thank you for the ideas.
Thank you, Kathy. Mike, did you have a comment?
Well, I was going to say pretty much what Kathy said, but I do have another point, and that is, as you look at these compilations and pick the, what they've chosen as the key references and points of departure, I think you still need to kind of do your due diligence and actually look at the primary literature to make sure that the way they interpret it is the way you would want to interpret it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Karen. Thank you, Mike.
My comments, I think, will echo these last two comments. I think it's an excellent idea, similar to the way we all use Cochrane reviews when we do a literature search. But that there are some caveats, and the quality of the work is so high here that I'm sure the natural tendency will be to do the due diligence, but just to explicitly identify some of the potential weaknesses in such an approach. There's a question of how authoritative will be defined. In other words, I think there needs to be some objective standard when you say this is an authoritative reference work that we're going to rely on. There need to be some standards for that so that there's no potential for eventual abuse if a less diligent team were in charge. And I agree with the comment of my colleague that the synthesis still needs to describe relevant details because the devil's in the details with these studies, especially that the key studies need to be read and described de novo. So I would think such a synthesis would help to identify the key studies that are being used, but that those key studies should be read from the original source and still be described. And also that any details which may be lacking could be added. So you might be referencing an authoritative document, but if there were particular details needed for your process, you'd still be at liberty to add them. So those would be the potential weaknesses that I would think should be addressed in whatever workflow is set up. It's a wonderful idea. And then, Court, getting back to your reference of the hundreds of new chemicals, I know at that time we had discussed some sort of algorithm for prioritizing them. And I just, as a separate point, wanted to ask at some future time if there would be a discussion of that issue.
Yeah, good point. My understanding is that's not an SRP task, but that's more an OEHA task. Is that, can you confirm or deny that, John?
That would be essentially correct. I mean, if we're doing tens or hundreds of chemicals a year, then you might want to have a prioritization scheme, but for the limited number that we have the resources to actually put out, usually all the slots in the pipeline get filled up between consultation with CARB or the air districts, or just seeing data sets that pop up out of, say, NTP, brand new cancer data set, and lo and behold, here's a VOC that's a carcinogen that we didn't realize before it was a carcinogen. So those are the kind of things that we put in there. And we also look where the information is available for things like how much of that chemical is used around the state, how many sources. So, I mean, otherwise you could wind up with a chemical where you decide to work on it and it's a carcinogen, but it's used by one facility in the state. It's where do you want to put your resources?
Right. Yeah, I would say in regards to Karen's point that the panel is available if you want to consult with us about prioritization and kind of big picture questions of prioritization.
Okay, we would appreciate that.
I think the other item I would add is that I know John Faust gave us a presentation some time ago about provisional health guidance values. And I think that offers the opportunity to try to get through chemicals more quickly, at least on a provisional basis. And I don't know the status of that, but I'd be very interested to hear at some point, maybe John Faust or someone else from OEHA giving us an update on where that stands.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if John can speak right now, but I can say that we have developed some provisional values in our for our SNAPS program, and we expect to be doing more, particularly as we look at leveraging some of the new methods and read across from structurally similar chemicals that we're finding at these sites near petroleum sources. So at some point, we would be good to come back and talk to you about what we're doing and what we're intending to do in that area.
Yeah, I think the provisional health guidance values also offer an opportunity for prioritization, right? You look at the list, you see what you have for provisional values and those that appear to be very toxic and that are used a lot in the state. That would be obviously a key target for a high priority full health guidance value.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I think there's certainly the potential to find chemicals that are present at these sources and that we don't have health guidance values for, and we might even need to look at a structural analog or try to use new methods to develop tox values. But it would give us chemicals, a list of chemicals that there's a need for tox values for because people are being exposed.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you, John. Any other, yes, Joe, go ahead, and then Beata.
I agree with pretty much everything that was said already. I certainly agree that you should use any scientific resource that's credible, that's out there, assuming you trust, the people, credibility of the science. If you're put in a position of ignoring something from an authoritative body because you think it's wrong or politics has corrupted it or something like that, then I think you should just state that we find this to be not the best, very best document, and we're going to depart from it at a certain position because of the following reasons. Just state why and go ahead and make your own document. Some situations you'll get, such as I can cite the EPA with, dealing with the ingestion of hexavalent chromium. I mean, they fool around with that for a long time. The document was just stuck. And other documents have been reviewed and re-reviewed and re-reviewed. So if you think, you should go ahead and it's an important enough public reason to do so, just go ahead and do it and say why you're going to do it and don't hesitate to go past them. I think that's fine. The other question is one of triage. And I think that's, you're going to have that forever. But my suggestion there would be maybe you could line up some temporary IUR values or whatever you have from the literature, multiply them by the number of people you think are exposed in California and get a crude calculation of what you think the total number of cancer cases might result from exposure of that chemical and triage those to the top. And then you'd have the factor of both the exposure and the IUR giving you a crude estimate of what you down the line might be. And that would probably let you put some up way up to the top and some don't waste your time on because you'll never get to them.
Thank you, Joe. Beata?
I also find it very interesting, this tension between having a lot of data and having very little data, and you having to make the decision which study to put forward for your assessments, and then maybe ending up with one key study. And that may seem to some outsiders as very qualitative and, what are the criteria? And you explain them to us, and that's totally fine. But when you're starting with a document that's already summarizing the literature, you may not be able to make that discernment of what is really the best study here to use. If you cannot summarize the literature in some kind of meta-analytic way. And then if there is a lot of data with a lot of meta-analytic approaches taken, I'm very familiar with, we have like one meta-analysis a month coming out on certain topics right now. And I kind of disagree with everyone when I read them because I would just take other values from the original literature. So there's a lot, I think, that we don't know. So we have to be kind of careful in just adopting. So somebody needs to read the original literature, I think, and come up with criteria of which of the pieces of original literature should have gone into this meta-analysis or should have gone into, or should have been pulled out as the key study. And I think that's a process we cannot necessarily automate. But I do agree, we have to encourage this being much faster than it is right now. We basically need 10 panels like this to make headways, but yeah.
Thank you.
If I may add a couple of comments based on what I heard about the about leveraging work from other sources and agencies. One is that I agree with the idea that there needs to be an evaluation step. I think I indicated it in slide 6. So it's not about blindly relying on one, but rather having an evaluation of a document before we use it for our purposes and requirements. So that is well taken. There are various criteria that one can think of in doing that. That's one. The other thing is, in a lot of the cases here, we're talking about actually making use of the literature search and the literature review that's been done by another agency that we consider useful. I think that's where it makes a difference. It's not always thinking about adapting a value, but leveraging the lit search and the descriptions that have been developed. If you remember the document you reviewed today, every study is described. There's a study by study descriptions. If that has already been done, and I don't see any judgment in there because each study is described in a factual manner, the treatment groups and the doses and the observations and so forth. And it would be of value to be able to make use of it. And then, if we have something to lean on and then build on it. I mean, that's the proposal for ethylene oxide, essentially. So I just thought I would clarify that. So it's not automatically adopting the entire, but, so I just wanted to.
Can I just intercept one thing? Yes, you're absolutely correct. If it's just, this is the literature that's out there without value judgments, that's totally fine. I just see in epidemiology, and that's where my expertise is, that oftentimes certain case control studies are excluded because, oh, that's a case control study. And I would totally disagree with the value judgment that's put on certain studies.
That's why we would look at the method used by in the source document. Essentially there's an exercise of scope and problem formulation in our documents, that would really situate where we stand and how we use the source document. Thank you.
Yes, Karen?
Yeah, I appreciate this thoughtful discussion and the suggestion. Is it appropriate for me? I really appreciated the detail that Dr. Dodge and the diligence that he put into the current document. Would it be appropriate to ask Dr. Dodge for his comments on how useful this might be, or benefits or cautions from that perspective?
Yeah, I think it would be very useful, especially in the case of ethylene oxide, as Conan pointed out. We have a great background of literature and summaries and reviews that US EPA did, up to 2016. So if I was going to be doing ethylene oxide, I might be pulled in at some point to help out, but I won't be the lead on that. I would really want to concentrate on everything that's been going on, all the published literature since 2016. Ethylene oxide, there's a lot of information out there, even compared to 1-bromo propane to review, even since 2016, I believe. But yeah, I agree with this process.
Okay, thank you. I think that's very helpful to hear from the people who are doing the work. Thank you.
Yep. If I could also elaborate on that, I think that the tables and the quantitative data that you found helpful in Dr. Dodge's presentation would be present in any dose response analysis we do. So the key studies that are used for dose response assessment, we would have very detailed information in the document. Also on why we picked those studies. So you will see that. What we're proposing not to do is to take, have those paragraph by paragraph study descriptions of the studies that did not prove to be critical. And so that should hopefully make a shorter document and one that focuses really on the critical information. But when dose response analysis, we do intend to do our own dose response analysis and you give all the details about the method we use, the studies we chose, and the calculations.
Great, thank you, Vince. Joe, one last comment?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, geez, it seems to me a lot of these chemicals must be of concern to the EU. And you know, there should be some effort at a higher level to get more people, more countries involved that are in sync with us in terms of thinking of protection of the public health. Because it just seems ridiculous that all these separate values keep being generated. It's a huge amount of work. I can see just from looking at the document you guys put together already. So maybe through your agency leads, maybe you could discuss whether there's a possibility to ally with other scientific agency in other countries on a select group of, say, high priority, really toxic chemicals that
Imagine every agency has their own procedure in terms of how one develops health guidance value, but it may, at least maybe that would work for the literature review component of it. If you could somehow divvy that up.
To a point, I've tried to use REACH, for example, to get information on chemicals, and I've been vastly disappointed.
Okay.
Well, I think this is something that we will continue to discuss, and I would think that 10 or 20 years out, there might be more cooperation between agencies, but there are still differences in procedures. So like we have the statute here about having our documents reviewed by the SRP and having 2 public workshops in California before the adoption of these numbers. So there has to be some way of taking something common and still tailoring it to the specific statutes and mandates that different agencies have. But I think there is a core of science, like what is the literature base? What's comprehensive literature search? What's a factual rendition of the studies that perhaps we could all share more than we've been able to do in the past. There's also scientific efforts that go on, like at the World Health Organization, the toxicity equivalency factors for dioxin was an international effort that had a lot of people from government agencies and academic institutions survey the literature and make expert judgments that have stood the test of time and have been able to be adopted by many agencies. So perhaps in some very contentious issues, there will be more efforts like that as well.
Great, thank you, Vince. So with that, I'd like to wrap up the discussion of this. Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. As you could hear from the panel, we are all in favor of methods that can expedite the process while still bringing all the scientific rigor that we know WEHA brings to bear on these documents. So thank you for that, and we look forward to hearing about ethylene oxide. So we are doing very well on time, and so what I would like to do, but I want to clear it with Min first, is we're going to have a DPR presentation. It was planned for after lunch, but I'd like to move it up. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and I'm hoping that Min will be able to speak with us, give us his presentation in 10 minutes, and I'm going to clear that with Norm and make sure everybody's on board. But that will be the plan. Please reassemble in 10 minutes, hopefully to hear the DPR presentation at 13D. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, good morning, everyone. We're back. Our next item is our second informational item. It's an update from the Department of Pesticide Regulation on 1,3-dichloropropene, also called 1,3-D, an emissions monitoring study that DPR did in the AB 617 community of Shafter. We're going to first have a presentation from Dr. Min Pham, who's the branch chief of Environmental Monitoring Branch Pesticide Programs Division of CDPR. And then we're going to have panel discussion, and then we will have public comments, or we will allow public comments. So I'll talk about the process for public comments at the end of the panel discussion. So if there are members of the public who would like to comment on this, you will have a chance after we've done the first two components. So with that, I'd like to give a warm SRP welcome to Dr. Min Pham. That's how warm our welcome's getting in. So
That was
There we
very
go.
warm.
All
Thank you.
right.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what I did to deserve that, Court, but thank you so much. So again, my name is Min Pham. I'm with the Department of Pesticide Regulations. Here today to speak about 1,3-dichloropropene, specifically with the mitigation pilot. We've been in collaboration with Kern County and specifically the community of Shafter. So I'd like to go through that with you here today. If I can get the next slide, please. So just some quick agenda. I'm going to touch bases with the background, kind of how the pilot project developed, and our collaboration with the county and with the community itself. Update on the actual mitigation pilot, which we wrapped up earlier this year, preliminary results, and some comparisons, and also some key next steps for us as a department. Next step, please. Next slide, please. Sorry. So just as a quick background, 1,3-dichloropropene, which I'll be calling 1,3-D throughout this, and if I do a bunch of acronyms and you're lost, just let me know. So this is a pre-plant fumigant used to control nematodes, insects, and various other diseases in soil. Its major uses in California include fruit and nut trees, strawberries, grapes, and carrots. Specifically for this area, we're looking at the fruit trees, based on and I'll get into a little bit more of the work, but we're looking at the fruit trees and nut trees in the area. It's currently registered and managed as a restricted material, so it does have some extra key requirements that it needs to go through prior to its use. Specifically for the community of Shafter and the AB 617 group that we've been working with, there was some concerns and interest in 1,3-D emissions and how we can go about reducing that. So the key question that I went back to my team with is, how can we achieve this? I know we talked before about TIF tarping, the total impermeable film tarping that we typically see. That is a good standard for effective emissions reductions. But we know there are some issues with that. I mean, tarping is expensive. Is it practical in certain regions? There's an element of disposal that comes along with it that we need to deal with. So we went back to the drawing board and took a look at what we've done in the past for various other chemicals and looked at potential pathways that we can mitigate this in a different way. Next slide, please. So again, the background, the goals of the pilot, we're trying to develop a feasible mitigation option and really study 1,3-D emissions and its capabilities for these new mitigation options that we're putting in there. So we wanted to not only maintain grower flexibility and applicator flexibility, but again, there's a lot of feasibility and California regional specific needs that we wanted to incorporate into our study. And ultimately, we wanted this study to, the result of the study to effectively go into our ongoing work with bystander exposures for 1,3-D and the rulemaking process that we have set up for that as well. Next slide. The partnership with Shafter, we're no stranger to Shafter. We've been there for the air monitoring network since 2017, but we've actually been there since 2011 doing various other studies. So we've been in the community working with local schools and the county through all those years. In this specific project, we were able to collaborate with CARB and the AB 617 steering community, and then providing them technical support for their concerns and hearing what they wanted to come out of this collaboration. Obviously, we're there in partnership with Kern County agricultural commissioners. And this was again an opportunity for us to interact directly with the locals, specifically with how the AB 617 structure is set up. But furthermore, I think it was a good opportunity. The region of Shafter allowed us to leverage some unique geological and weather interests that we had when we were doing this study. And I'll kind of go into it more, but there's a rhyme and a reason to when we selected the pilot studies for the area, and also what methods we were also selecting for the region. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the mitigation pilot project did complete at the beginning of this year. We ran through about a year and a half doing the study. We were able to get 5 field studies completed. In comparison, we typically only do 1 field study a year. So this was a huge endeavor by DPR's team, and a lot of cooperation across the board. We were able to do this in Kern County, Merced County, Stanislaus County, and Sutter County. And here, speaking about the field studies, these are some of the mitigation measures that we were looking at. So obviously, we know that we wanted to get comparable emissions reductions to that which TIF tarping gets, but we also wanted to validate our computer modeling in this whole endeavor, and also build out the library that we have for our soil data, our weather data, and a couple other things that are used for modeling inputs. We looked at higher soil moisture. I think that was one of the key factors that we noticed that would help the suppression of emissions. We also looked at soil compaction, which is a practice done with other fumigants. Deeper injection, this is one of the things that we were really curious about, because this allows us to essentially put the fumigant down deeper into the ground, allowing both the soil and the soil moisture from the top to serve as a pseudo tarp, if you will. And then some of the other things that we just kind of ballparked around was this idea of a 50-50 tarping, or a like a strategic tarping for the edges, or some combination of all these things. So the team was kind of being open-minded about what we can and can't do. But then when we went out to talk to the county agricultural commissioners, to the applicators, to the counties, we kind of had to incorporate what is actually likely to be used on the field. So one of the things that I typically tell everybody is, my team does a great job behind the computer screen, but when we go out there, we have to make sure that it's feasible in real life. So a lot of cooperation, a lot of coordination happened there. Next slide, please. So just a quick idea of the setup here. So typically that inside field is what we're monitoring. So we would have an application applied there. We typically set up this arrangement is about 12 monitoring stations. Those are the blue dots there. On the edge of the field, we typically go about 40 feet. At the corners, about 80 feet. And then we also have an on-site weather station that will monitor weather at, I believe, 3 different locations. The pumps that we use, the equipment we use here are essentially pumps, and we have to use sorbent tubes to collect the data. And there's no automation of this. So my team was out there 24 hours a day, making sure things were working and changing out samples and make sure that the quality of that was all good to go. Some of the key things that we considered here, I know that typically these fields are set up between 1 and 5 acres for a monitoring study. This is what we believe to be the most conservative monitoring setup. I know there was some interest in monitoring for a larger plot, let's say like a 20-acre plot, but we know that with limitations in air monitoring resources, like the equipment itself, having 4 to 5 times more equipment was not an option for us. And we also know that this practice of doing between 1 and 5 acres is scalable. So we actually think that by scaling it up and down, we actually get a more conservative estimate on the emissions leaving the field, as opposed to doing a monitoring study using a larger field. Because in the past, statistically speaking, we've noticed that it was we weren't able to scale it as well using a larger field in the past. Oh, next slide. So some additional just nuances, 12 monitoring equipment that I mentioned here. Each one of these studies was roughly about 300 plus air samples collected over the duration. So the first 4 days, every 6 hours that we were out there, we actually start the day before doing a background. So we'll be out there At the time of the application, we will actually set up right before the application and take down right after the application. So we'll actually get monitoring results at the time of the application as well as times thereafter. So as I mentioned, first 4 days, every 6 hours around the clock, makes for a very fun time at 2, 3 in the morning when you're struggling to see any kind of light out there in the field. And then thereafter, we switch to a 12-hour sampling duration for days 5 through 9. That's from our understanding of the behavior of the fumigate and how it disperses off of the soil. Yes.
Just a clarifying question, time 0 is the time of application?
Time 0 is actually the day before. So actually, no, you're right. Time 0 is at the time of application. And then we have between 12 and 24 hours before, and then 9 days after.
Thank you.
Some of the key elements that we also were able to take advantage of is collection of field characterization. So we did field samples for all of our studies. We also had field moisture, which was a big element for us as well. So we developed a field capacity experiment that we would do. So we would know the field capacity. And as I mentioned before, the real-time weather data. So all that feeds into both hydrous and air mod, just to touch on that. That's kind of what we're trying to build out to. I think I can sit here and talk about how monitoring is difficult and it's kind of nuanced in the sense that it's only for specific scenarios. We wanted to build out all these inputs so that we can build an emissions or a flux model using hydrous, which is the industry standard for solute transport. And then from there, use that as a basis for air dispersion modeling, which we use air mod for. And there's some key elements that we incorporate in from the rest of the department, such as health thresholds and all that good stuff to find mitigation, find acceptable distances in how the fumigant moves and at what concentration we see it at different durations of time. Next slide. So this is just a quick list of everything that we've done for the study, but I've highlighted study 4 and study 6 there, which are specific to Shafter. Just to touch on this, the first 3 studies were actually performed by UC Davis and the registrant. So we were a part of that only as kind of helping them with weather and soil. They had their team do sample analysis and separate laboratory analysis. We plan to take a look at their study and kind of use it in collection with a lot of the other stuff that we do, but we have yet to kind of go through the quality analysis of that. So as you can see there, the 2 highlighted for Shafter and then the other 3 studies for the other counties, along with the different mitigation options that we had done there. One of the reasons I put this in here, so the first study for Shafter was performed in November, so in the fall of 2020. And that we did an 18-inch injection with higher moisture. We think this would be a typical practice that the county would transition into, because around this time you would anticipate natural rain. So it'd be an easy move for the county and the most practical way to do it. And then we did the 24-inch deeper injection with a compaction layer, and that occurred in Shafter in May. So that's more of a spring summer application. And we believe that that's probably the most feasible because it's in some areas it's difficult to get water. And I think this deeper injection with the compaction, well, taking the compaction out, the deeper injection is probably the most likely pathway that we see for the growers. And some key elements, obviously, Shafter is within Kern County, which has which we've identified as a high use area for 1,3-dichloroPropane. So I think within the state, it's about 14% of all state usage. So when you break that down, I believe within the Shafter community boundaries, we're also looking at about 13% of all of Kern counties. So I think this is a good representation of, high use area that we knew we were going to get something, and we were really trying to leverage that along with all the geological and weather conditions that we had there. Next slide, please. A quick representation here. There's for the selection, we kind of lucked out on this, but I'd like to just take credit anyways. But the 24-inch injection, that was done within the boundary of the AB 617 community of Shafter, and then the 18-inch was done on the outside. We think that we assume that this would probably most likely be the case, as the 24-inch injection would actually allow for less emissions. So we think it'd actually be more beneficial closer to the community area, whereas the 18-inch, you can have it further out. So whether it be lucky or not, we were able to get it in the right places. So next slide. So digging deep into our analysis here, I apologize for this graph. So calling to this graph, we actually wanted to take into comparison a couple of historical studies. So the blue on the background there, that's our Knudsen study, which is a historical, just plain 18-inch injection that's typically done. So we use that as almost like an upper bound for emissions. And then we took a look at our Lost Hills study, which incorporated TIF tarping. So we kind of looked at that as our lower bound. So if you look at there, the Shafter is the red line. So we are hitting essentially in the middle, which what we were anticipating when we were initially modeling out the work done here. So the monitoring data was able to recognize that. So next slide, please. A couple of numbers here for the bar graph. So our results were very promising. So in comparison, just really quickly here, the black line here is that 18-inch injection historical, and the blue line is the TIF TARP historical, and the red is the Shafter. That's our current study. So in general, we were hitting very, very promising numbers. So for the peak 24 hours, you're talking about 32% reduction in comparison to the typical 18-inch. The 24 and the 72-hour rolling average, we were above 55% for both of those reductions. And we, in comparison to the TIF, we wanted to get comparable to that, and I think we hit that. We were within about 15% overall for that one. Next slide. So the second study that we did, that 24-inch injection with the compaction here, same setup. We used the two historical studies as bookends to kind of see where we're at and kind of compare our method here. Very similar results. Actually, we got very, very close to the Lost Hills TIF tarping study. So very, very excited about what that means. Going to dig in, our team's digging into some more of the numbers and nuances of that to do some more verification. But again, this is very promising overall in the scheme of a new method that would be essentially an alternative for the growers. Next slide. Digging more into the numbers here, you're looking at upwards of 65+% overall reductions from the traditional 18-inch, and we're actually falling below the TIF peaks. So again, we're digging more into validating those numbers, but if this holds to be true, then we think that we have a very good method for an alternative here. Next slide. So really briefly, I just wanted to show across the board what we're looking at for the other studies. I think on the left-hand side there, you'll see the two historical studies. So the first one's that 18-inch I mentioned, and then the second is the TIF TARP historical. So in comparison to all the studies that we did, we are exactly where we thought that we were going to monitor out to. So we're well below traditional 18-inch injection, and we're floating in and around TIF tarping. So getting the comparable emissions reductions that a TIF tarping would give you without the addition of the plastic is very promising for us, and that's what the team strive to set out to do, and we're hopeful that the data follow through with what we were thinking there. And these are just to really quickly touch on the different methods. It's not just going to be just for the Shafter region, but I think statewide, this offers essentially a menu of different options that a grower can use to meet their either setback distances or emissions reductions. And I think overall, we anticipate a shift in the market towards these anyways. So I'll touch on that as we get into the next few slides here. Next slide. So next steps, obviously, the team is trying to build out, like I mentioned, a robust library. So we have these fluxes, we have added additional soil libraries and weather information. All that will be fed into our modeling for fluxes across the state, different scenarios, different inputs that we can use. Excuse me. So with that, we anticipate refining those computer modelings to be as close as possible to what we're seeing from a monitoring standpoint. I think in the last iteration that I talked to the team, we were actually, for most of our modeling, we were actually pretty close. So I have the number somewhere, I'll get that really quickly. But I think initial work showed that we were within like two times the mean, I believe. So I'll have to double check that. But overall, our modeling looks impressive. What does all this mean? Well, as I mentioned before, we're going to include our monitoring and modeling work in future rulemaking efforts. That along with toxicology from our human health assessment branch and a couple of other groups within the department, we're looking to put out a rulemaking that will address acute and cancer risk for 1,3 for the state. We're on track to do Q4, so at the end of this year, to start that notice. I think that should wrap me up. Next slide is just my contact information should you have any additional questions for me, but I can also field them now.
Great, thank you very much, Min. Questions from the panel?
How do these count or compare with respect to the cost of TIF tarping?
So it's significantly less. TIF tarping, I think the last estimate we got was, I think, 1,000 per acre to lay down the TIF itself. So you're talking about not only the raw material, but the additional tractor that would need to pull. So there's some costs for diesel and all that stuff for the additional tractor. With this, from what we talked to the applicators for, it's significantly less. It's a little bit more than what is being cost of the 18-inch, but it's not significant from what we're told.
And so the cost of the water treatment versus compaction, they're about comparable?
Yeah, so the water treatment from what we saw was very much comparable to everything. There are a few other fumigants that also require water treatment. And in some aspects, they're actually combined with the 1,3-D. So we actually saw that some applications would actually use that water. A lot of the growers we talked to use water naturally, like just from rainfall. So they kind of time it to the weather. So in talking about it, we don't anticipate a large increase, but we are also talking with our economics analysis team to really flesh all that out when we do our rulemaking. Unfortunately, I don't have the key numbers, but from what I was told, it's very comparable.
Looks like a real win.
We're trying.
Maybe you can just explain to me, where does the dichloropropane that does not go into the air now remain? Is it in the soil? So the soil has more in the end?
So from my understanding, it breaks down. So it's from the modeling that we see, it's pretty much out in about 2 weeks, but I don't have the half-life in front of me, but it does disperse, and there is some breakdown in the soil, but essentially it does disperse in the air.
So basically you're saying it doesn't disperse as peaks anymore, but over time it does disperse everything that's in there.
Not everything. So the longer we're able to trap it in the ground, the more it actually breaks down within the ground.
Okay.
So that's our
the benefit.
Yeah. And we're doing some long-term modeling to take a look at that as well. Monitoring studies are usually the acute timeframe, but we are, as I mentioned, the rulemaking does have some work done with the chronic and cancer risk as well. So the team is looking into that as well.
All right.
Thank you for these very interesting data, and congratulations on some amazing field studies going out there. Could we just see your the line graphs again? I was a little bit
Sure, I don't have control of the
Oh,
slide.
we go back to those line graphs. Just interested in the peak.
The peak there, yeah.
Which slide? would
Um,
that be?
I don't have the slides.
It's like slide 11, I think, or slide 10 or 11. Could be the first one. And I'm sure you're interested in that initial
Yes,
peak around the
There
60.
we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems pretty spiky, right?
Yeah, so
Um,
team looked into that. I have notes here. So we took a look at that 60-hour, the peak at 60 hours, and it equates to about 18 ppb, which is actually, between 1 and 9% of like threshold value. So it looks dramatic on the graph, but in actuality, it's actually not too bad.
Yeah, so just, that does seem to be maybe a different characteristic between the TARP and this deeper injection, that the
Mhm.
TARP is not susceptible to peaks
Yes,
like that. And I wasn't quite sure that the bar graphs that you showed captured that difference. So is,
I'm sorry, for between the comparison between the study and the TIF tarping?
yeah, if you look at the peak
Mhm.
over there, comparing the red to the blue, that really capture the difference that we see on the line?
Yeah,
graph?
so the peak here is averaged out over time. So I think that's why we have a little bit of difference here, but let me have this here.
That was my next question, that if you average the peaks, they tend to go away. So I'm not sure, maybe you should use a percentile or something like that,
Okay.
because when you average peaks,
Yeah, it's
they can flatten out.
yeah, and I think it's mainly also due to the fact that the samples are collected in 6-hour intervals. So we don't have like an hour by hour essentially comparisons where we try to do it statistically to
Yeah.
encompass what we're seeing there. But yeah, I can
So it's just a word of caution that
okay.
Looking at this metric, it does look like you're taking some sort of average peak value, and that might not actually capture the true peak. So just to be aware of that, and if the true peak is really an important metric, maybe you need to think about that a
Yeah,
little more
no,
carefully.
that's something that we do keep in mind. I think one of the things that we keep in mind here is when we come to acute exposure, especially with the department, it's a 24-hour. We look at a 24-hour rolling average. And then in certain aspects, we also look at a 72-hour rolling average. So I think when with the peaks, it's difficult in the sense because it's like hourly, but when we average it, when it comes to rulemaking and our regulation, it has to be within the 24-hour, 72-hour time frame. So
Okay, so your regulatory standard is a 24-hour exposure. Is that right?
for this one, I think let me see, I believe it's new. So the acute is 55 ppb at 72 hours.
Or
average.
and that means 72 hours of exposure?
Mhm.
Okay, then I don't have a concern, as long as your metrics are aligned
Yeah.
to that standard.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and I apologize for that because when we're showing the monitoring data, it's hourly. We try to do hourly on field, and then we have to do a little bit of mathematics to kind of fit it into this square peg that is mitigation. So,
And I guess the only other question, being a statistician, is we always like to see some quantification of the uncertainty. I know sometimes that's very hard to do with these modeling efforts.
yeah, with the modeling efforts, I don't have that here, but this is just raw observation data that I put up. So it's from the monitoring study.
Okay, so I guess my comment would be, is it possible to put error bars on those bars?
Okay.
But again, it looks very cool. One last comment. I might think it would be possible to sort of quantify effect sizes of these different things, like moisture and this extra 6 inches
Mhm.
of injection depth, so that you'd know how much reduction.
Comes from each piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially what we want to do. That's why each of these studies were a little bit different. We were trying to compartmentalize each of these. So the team that's doing the modeling is actually kind of teasing everything out to see what the various effects are. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult because it's kind of a cohesive, like overall effect. But the team has been able to take a look at various soil types throughout the country. I'm sorry, throughout the state. So if you're looking at something that's like sandy or something, they've been able to put on what happens if we do this deeper injection, what happens if we do just the water, and kind of get a ballpark on that emission. So the team is using the data to kind of fill out exactly what you're saying, kind of tease out specifics.
Thank you, Karen. So then, as part of your response to Karen, I think you said what the peak concentrations were, and you compared them to a health guidance value.
Mhm.
Could you repeat that a little more slowly?
So our acute threshold screening level right now is 55 ppb at 72 hours.
And what was the peak concentration you measured?
The peak here. This one, this was a 6-hour average at 18 ppb.
So not terribly below it, but below it,
Yeah.
fortunately. But yeah, but a 6-hour average.
It's a 6 hour, so we would have to kind of extrapolate that out.
Uh-huh, okay. So depending on the pulse and the wind, it's possible it actually could have been a concern.
Sorry, Court, what was that?
But is it possible then that what you were saying was 18 you measured over
Mhm.
6 hours?
Yes,
So potentially, and what was the threshold value was?
55,
And that was 72 hours?
72 hours.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. All right, thank you. Ahmad?
In that bar chart that you showed, you said that it's an average of how many values? I think you mentioned somewhere at the beginning of your talk. I might have missed it. And when you say it's average, is it the median? Is it the mean? What kind of average is it?
So most of that is all the mean values that we have, and it's calculated. I'm sorry, it's determined by all of our the readings from every single one of our equipment around the field. So it's taking into account all 12 locations.
Measurement, you said?
I mean measurement.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned before, it would be for the first 4 days, it's one measurement every 6 hours. That's one standard sample. And then for the remaining 4 days, every 12 hours. So it ends up being, overall, it ends up being over 300 something samples that we put in.
Yes, go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, just following up on that, that's probably not the best metric to measure a peak.
Okay.
So if you're taking the average peak across a bunch of sites, that's probably not capturing what you need to capture. So
Okay.
probably take some percentile, like a 90th percentile or
Yeah,
something
we'll
like
take
that as your measure.
Okay, we can take a look at that. I think it's also because we were comparing to the way the historical data was done. So just to do an apples to apples comparison.
Yeah,
But
you
you're
might not
correct.
have good historical data.
Yeah.
You can imagine if you got all these sites and only a few of them are really spiking, that'll really get flattened out. So if you just look at a percentile, that'll be a little better.
Gotcha.
I think if you use some sort of whisker, probably Karen is the expert in that, whisker box plot, so it will give you a better indication of variability. So you have the 25 percentile, 50 percentile, 75, as well as outlier. In case that that peak is not real, is due to outlier, you can see it immediately.
Yeah, and we have all the team has like the full data set, and unfortunately I don't have the report here, but definitely I hear what you're saying, and we can incorporate that when we finalize everything.
And that might be kind of a hidden advantage of the TARP, that the outputs are less variable, which might limit your exposure. So I think box plots are a great idea, just to visualize the data. And then if you use some sort of standard like a percentile, that'll capture some of this extreme behavior. And your modeling is probably a regression-based model. I don't want to send you down a rabbit hole, but there are quantile regression methods. So if you wanted to go that route, you could apply that same approach to a percentile, like 75th percentile.
Yeah, typically when we actually go into the modeling, we do look at our standard is like 95% for when we look at the weather throughout the state. So we try to keep that conservative. And then also for the, it's another 95 percentile.
Don't remember what happened.
Sorry, I'm hearing feedback, sorry. But yeah, so yes, that is something that we include once we actually work out for the exposure concentration.
All right, thank you, Karen. I see Kathy has her hand up, so I just asked them to mute you, but now I'm going to ask them to unmute you, and then Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah. On the TARP, I was just remembering that when we did them a few years ago on the methyl iodide, there had been some concern about deer walking on tarps and opening them up, and that they don't work as well. And I think that Florida had done some work with tarps. They were actually using them in tarps, and they did not work as well as people had thought. Have you looked over some of the experience that has happened with tarps?
Yeah, so within our own experience and with external literature and whatnot, we know that animals do cross the tarp. Actually, one of the key components of the tarp is the layerings have increased over time. Initially, that tarp study in Lost Hills, you're talking about 3 layers. I think we're upwards to 7 to 9 layers, just because technology is a little bit cleaner. So the rigidity of the tarp is a little bit better. We also have ongoing studies for how the tarp degrades, or if it degrades in time with weather conditions. And we've seen that they've been able to stay pretty consistent and effective through I think we went out like a month and a half, 2 months, which is typical for how long a tarp could sit out there for. So we've seen some of that internal study. But yeah, when it comes to rips and tears from animals walking across or whatnot, we do visually inspect the field for our studies anyways. We didn't notice any of that, but there is procedures in place for the applicators when a tarp is damaged, and they actually will go in and reseal specific areas of cuts or tears.
Well, and people would need to do that if they're doing it on an ongoing basis. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other comments from the panel? Okay, so I'd like to then move to public comment. So again, you can give your public comment either by raising your hand, in which case we'll call on you, or you can put it in the Q&A, which I think was re-enabled. Before we get to, oh no, sorry, I'm seeing verbal comments only. So if you want to have a public comment, just please raise your hand, and then we will call on you. Before we get to people who are online, I would like to acknowledge the panel received the comment from the California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation. And Min, I believe that Norm has sent you a copy of this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I definitely encourage DPR to look at it. You know, part of what the comment is about uncertainty, which Karen addressed. And there are some other, I think, important issues in there as well. So I definitely encourage you to address those. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Victor, Arash, I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Unmute the person and then they will just say their comment?
Yes, we have
Okay.
4 people raising their hand right now. How much time would you like to?
Sorry, 4 people? Okay.
Right now, 5, another
5.
person.
Okay, let's say 2 minutes.
2 minutes per person.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if public commenters, please limit your comments to 2 minutes.
Okay, so first we have Laura. Laura, we are going to unmute you, but you need to unmute manually yourself.
Well, I had a question about ethylene oxide earlier. It was in a test for COVID and a swab, and I had a chronic nosebleed for like a whole year after that, and that nostril only and not on the other side. So I want to maybe add patient or public experiences with it. It's also in our spices that we eat. I mean, people eat a lot of spice. Survey these people, right? Or ask for public comments on health impacts that they have had. And also pesticides, well, I've gotten exposed from living across the street from a farm, but I'm not sure if it was that pesticide in particular, the 1,3-D. I think it was Roundup. And it happened later that night. I had like a severe allergy attack. I was getting like chills and like faintness and weakness. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Sorry to hear about your exposures. We will, as part of the ethylene oxide document, OEHA will compile public exposures, and we'll have some sense of how widespread that is. Thank you for your comment.
Oh, also, are we exposed to, is there BP in fiberboard that they build homes out of?
Don't think that's a major use, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
Because I've gotten dizziness from walking into new construction buildings or tool sheds sold at Home Depot.
Yeah, certainly there are a lot of other volatile organic compounds that come off those building materials. Well, thank you for your comment, Laura. We're going to move on to the next person.
Next, we have LaDonna. We are going to unmute you, but you need to unmute yourself, LaDonna. Go ahead.
LaDonna, do you have a comment?
This is Dr. Raymond Tompkins, which I was using LaDonna's hookup to get into the meeting. Two things. Thank you. One, to the last presenter in this presentation. In your presentation, you did not give me any percentage on the volume of water that you used or the moisture content when you were conducting this to deal with the variables. I'm looking at possibility of adaptation of your method if it's proven to be effective in an urban setting in San Francisco Bay Area, which also I'd be very interested in the effects of your work on soil and the sandy soil, because we have an impact very much with these asphalt and with the cement grinding, where in Bayview Hunters Point, we have the highest asthma, pulmonary disease, and cardiovascular disease, which is a direct correlation with particulate exposure. And this may be applicable. So please, if you can get it to me, it would be extremely helpful, or if you have time to do it. Secondly, gentlemen, I was not allowed to make any public comment on the previous two presentations this morning, which I found there was a very exclusionary process in the population that is professed that the state of California wants to protect. And that when I was in Atlanta back in '95, when the Monte Carlo risk assessment system was being presented by the author, that he had the 95% trigger, but the medical model in this formula was a 35-year-old white male. Me as a 73-year-old black male, we are being excluded, but yet if you look all the statistics in the state of California, we have the highest mortality and morbidity rate. Dr. Tomas Aragon showed in breast cancer for African-American women, given all the social, economic with insurance and everything else, Black women in San Francisco died 77% higher than their white counterparts. We need this delineation. I need to look at genetic variances and susceptibility in your model when you're assessing risk. I've talked with Dr. Faust and other physicians.
Dr. Tompkins, I'm going to have to cut you off.
I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance to speak earlier. I wish you would allow the public more time to speak.
Yeah, we are only taking public comments on items that are related to AB 617, Community Air Protection Plan. So our other items of business, we do not take public comments. I'm glad you were able to comment on this. I imagine, Min, could he contact you for the details of the water content?
I would really appreciate it.
I can just give that right now.
Okay, go ahead and give it.
So typically for the water treatment, we're looking at 1 to 3 inches between a day to 3 days ahead of the application cycle. As far as field capacity, typically 1,3-D right now is anywhere between 25 to 50% field capacity. We were looking to up that, so anything above 50%. So I think our thresholds was between 50 and 80%.
Sir, my question was, what was the constant moisture content of the soil? Like the American Standards and Measurement says 12% is what you need for not having dust leaving the work site, or others are trying to retain. Did you measure the soil content of moisture? Is it 5%, 10 when you did the deep injections? Was it higher or lower? That gives me an idea when talking to the Air District Board of what injections and the water content should be used, especially when we're in a drought.
Yeah, appreciate that, Dr. Thompson. So yes, so we're talking about field capacity when we're talking about these fields. So I'm unsure on the metric that you were speaking about before, but 50 to 75% field capacity is the capacity at which that field can hold water. So that's the metric that we use.
Okay.
So I don't know if
I
that
hope
answers the question.
if I could contact one of the members on the panel that we can get together and have a discussion, because I'd like to utilize this in an urban setting if possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next comment.
Next, we have Jane. Jane, you can unmute yourself now.
Hi, yeah, this is Jane Sullen, Californians for Pesticide Reform. I was told I'd have 3 minutes, so if you don't mind, I'm going to take just a little bit more than 2 minutes, but less than 3. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. On behalf of the CPR Coalition, we welcome the attention of the SRP on 1,3-D, a chemical that's the source of profound and ongoing broken trust toward DPR by our coalition. In addition to being a toxic air contaminant, 1,3-D is also a volatile organic compound, Prop 65 carcinogen, banned in 29 countries, and yet is the 3rd most heavily used pesticide in California. It's also extremely drift prone, with a recent exceedance recorded at Shafter originating in an application more than 7 miles away, according to DPR. Under rules that Dow was allowed to write, implement, and monitor, use per 6x6 mile township was limited to a £90,000 cap, but waivers were routinely granted and unused pounds from prior years were allowed to be rolled over. We now know from PRA obtained emails that industry lobbyists asked DPR back in 2007 to raise the cap to £135,000, and that then there would be no more need for rollovers or waivers. And in 2016, DPR obliged, recalculated the lifetime cancer risk level over the strenuous objections of OEHA, and increased the use cap to £136,000. At this point, CPR and PAN sued DPR and Dow. We won, a win that was recently upheld on appeal. DPR is now under court order to create a lawful regulation and to work on the regulation in concert with OEHA. This background is relevant to my comment today because the thrust of DPR's action on 1,3-D continues to be focused on finding ways to allow its continued unchecked use. For its rulemaking, DPR is relying on small and limited pilots to test ways to reduce emissions, as reflected in what Min Pham called the key question in his presentation, which was, are there ways to achieve reduction in emissions similar to tip-topping? I'm almost done. A better key question might be, how do we reduce agriculture's reliance on this highly hazardous and drift-prone chemical? DPR evidently has no intention of doing anything in its rulemaking to reduce ongoing alarmingly high use, or to challenge the system of industrial agriculture that necessitates the use of soil sterilizing chemicals. We affirm the comments in the letter to SRP by our colleague Ann Catton and ask that you weigh her comments carefully as you scrutinize these pilots that are intended to inform the rulemaking. After decades of failed oversight of this hazardous chemical, DPR's actions warrant particular scrutiny. What's at stake is the health of millions of the most vulnerable people in California's farm working communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jane, for your comment. Next comment.
Next, we have Sarah. Sarah, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm going to second. This is Sarah Aird also with Californians for Pesticide Reform, and I would just like to reiterate many of the comments that Jane Sullen just made. And again, to highlight that we are in full 100% support of the letter submitted by Ann Catton of the California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation. And I'll just add a couple things for those of you who haven't had a chance to look at that letter yet. So first of all, we do remain concerned, as Jane mentioned, that there is an emphasis on mitigations and reducing emissions exposure as opposed to reducing use. 1,3-dichloropropane is actually banned in dozens of countries, and it's time that that be the focus in California, not just emission reductions. But in addition, we urge and second also comments that were made here by expert scientists on the need for incorporation of uncertainties when estimating fumigation method emission rates from the pilot study results. We also support the selection of 55 parts per billion as a target level for acute effects, but conclude that this should be a 24-hour target concentration rather than a 72-hour concentration. That's also in concurrence with CARB's comment suggesting that a 24-hour target concentration is needed so that ambient air samples of 24 hours in duration may be used to evaluate if the target concentration is being exceeded. Since air concentrations are only measured once a week, modeling will need to be used to estimate 3-day average air levels. However, as AWIHA has pointed out in a few recent incidents, the results of air modeling markedly underestimated the 24-hour levels monitored. And finally, we believe the systemic approach should be used in risk management because it is more health protective, and the peer reviews from scientists at the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment and Texas A&M University both recommended use of the systemic approach for calculating cancer potency because lung tumors were found in mice exposed in oral as well as inhalation studies. The most recent analysis done by AWIHA of 1,3-D cancer potency also used a systemic approach. The portal of entry approach is typically used for irritant chemicals, not carcinogens. Thank you very much for your time.
Sarah, thank you for your succinct summary of the letter. I appreciate your comment. Next comment.
Next, we have Caroline. Caroline, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. This is Carolyn Cox. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I mostly want to support the comments just made by Jane Sellen and Sarah Aird. I did want to focus a little bit of attention on the specific results of the mitigation pilots. You know, I understand the difficulties in carrying out field studies, but the basic design of the study where there's actually no controls, just using historical controls, would not really be acceptable under most scientific scrutiny. That said, I also wanted to reiterate the point about the 24-hour averaging. To work with a 72-hour average, which actually DPR and or CARB are not set up to monitor for, just means that it will be impossible to enforce. So I urge you to take a close look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline, for your comment. Do you have any more comments? No, that's the final comment. I'd like to thank everybody who commented. We appreciate your input. And we are now going to break for lunch. We will reassemble in 30 minutes, which is 1:05, to hear our last informational item. The panel, please come back by 1:05. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Min, for your presentation. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue our scientific review panel meeting. I'm going to wait till we have the right slide up on the screen there. Beautiful. Thank you, Arash. So our final major agenda item today is our third informational item, where we're going to get an update on the Community Air Protection Program from Dr. Brian Moore, Manager of the Community Planning Section of CARB's Office of Community Air Protection. Brian, please take it away.
Great. Well, thank you all and good afternoon. This is reminding me of the dreaded after lunch block when I used to teach. So I'll try to be as interesting and concise as possible. And again, thanks. My name is Brian Moore and I manage the Community Planning Section in CARB's Office of Community Air Protection. I would like to just start by thanking you all for letting us update you on progress to on our program to date. Go ahead, next slide. There we go. Thank you. So this update, we've broken up into kind of three components. The first on the left are looking back and updating you all on kind of progress, recent progress to date. And then the one on the right is looking forward with the program. So first we'll discuss our last round of annual community selection, which happened in February. And then I'll just give some high-level summary points from our annual program update that we gave to our CARB board that is available online that I can share with anyone who's interested. And then finally, I will discuss the statewide strategy revision process, which is like our huge emphasis this year, our focus moving forward to actually update our guideline document for implementation of this program. Slide. Starting with annual community selections. So this last February at our CARB board meeting, our board selected 2 new communities for the program, East Oakland in the Bay Area and the International Border Community down south of San Diego by the southern US border with Mexico. Slide. So just to give some details on East Oakland was selected for a community emissions reduction program. So that means that they will develop with community members and the Air District and other partners, a plan full of strategies to reduce emissions specifically in the East Oakland community, as well as mitigation and exposure reduction strategies. The East Oakland community is about 20 square miles in size with a population density of around 12,000 people per square mile. The map on the left gives a general idea of the community, but the final boundaries will be decided by the community steering committee members themselves when that group is organized, hopefully by July. There are several emission sources of concern in East Oakland, including industrial facilities, freeway traffic, rail, and freight facilities all through that area. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District has been partnering with local community-based organizations and residents to design the community steering committee. And again, they hope to convene that within the next few months by July at the latest. Slide. The second community selected was the International Border Community. This community is about 24 square miles with a population density of 3,000 people per square mile. The community is home to 2 ports of entry, so it covers San Ysidro and Otay Mesa. So many of the air pollution concerns in this community are associated with these ports of entry. So heavy duty truck traffic, commerce, and a lot of the freeways throughout the area. The Air District has already deployed black carbon analyzers in the community to support this recommendation. And the community has met twice so far and is in the process of finalizing their community steering committee membership as well as their boundaries. So they're well on their way. Slide. So those were the 2 communities selected this past year in February. I thought it'd also be helpful to go over the considerations that CARB staff use to recommend communities, as well as the considerations that our board uses to select them, just kind of to revisit this. So this is a kind of semi-quantitative exercise. We definitely look at air pollution emissions, so our emissions inventories, and other exposure metrics. We also use CalEnviroscreen, the Healthy Places Index, other tools to look at vulnerability measures within these communities. And then that third bullet is something we really emphasized at the beginning of the program under direction from a lot of community leaders and other stakeholders, was that to make sure there's some regional and source diversity in the communities we select. So not only do we want to get communities throughout the state, but then also ones that experience different air pollution burdens from different types of sources. So we have port communities like West Oakland and Long Beach area in our program, as well as more rural communities like Eastern Coachella Valley, Shafter, Arvin in the Lamont area. And we also do have really urban areas like in the LA Basin, like East LA. So we try to use these first, second, and third year communities to help us develop successful strategies that could then be rolled out to other communities with like sources. That next bullet, so strongly supported communities. This has been a knock and a valid knock on this program, because we can only select so many communities every year due to just resource availability. We have been trying to prioritize the communities we see most strongly supported throughout the state. We have some communities that community members have organized and have put themselves forward and nominated their communities for this program year in and year out. So that was definitely a priority with the selection of these communities. And then again, that last bullet though is this resource availability. The last 3 years, funding for AB 617 has stayed flat, but then every year statutorily we're required to at least consider adding new communities to the program. So that has limited our ability to grow the program, but that also leads into this kind of big revision we're doing this year of our guidance document to try to get creative to find other ways to reach more people. Slide. So now I'll kind of transfer into our annual program update. So we have seen movement on many unique strategies in our first and second year communities, especially since they are now like beginning implementation, past program plan development. Here are some examples. So in the Shafter community, they were able to replace 150 gas-powered lawn and garden pieces of equipment with electric models all in one day through kind of streamlining the incentive process down in that area, where there's a day where people could bring in their gas-powered mowers, and Air District staff and volunteers took the gas mower out, put the electric mower in, and they were on their way. So they really cut through a lot of the red tape associated with that incentive program, and that was pretty successful. And we see that being implemented in other Valley communities. Also in several communities, steering committees have included school air filtration as a strategy in their plans. We've seen that throughout the state. And with that, as another kind of exposure mitigation strategy, we've seen urban greening and vegetative barriers being adopted by many of our communities in LA as well as in the Central Valley. And I think these 2 points hit at something we've seen with community members. They really are giving us direction and desire immediate exposure reduction, right? Then they're definitely concentrated on reducing emissions, but in the short term, the sooner they can reduce exposure, especially in sensitive populations like kids, daycare facilities, hospitals, that has been a focus. So we are seeing a lot of exposure mitigation strategies versus just the traditional emissions reduction strategies. Another big concern throughout the state is land use. And this is something that we have found as a challenge to work with land use agencies, because it isn't something that has been directly historically under CARB's control or the air districts. So we see in South Central Fresno, the community steering committee got together with the air district, and they're developing a partnership with the city of Fresno. And the idea is to coordinate more closely on the air impacts of proposed land use projects through early review and discussion of proposals during the pre-application process. So this is one of the examples of this kind of cross-agency collaboration and trying to bring along partners that aren't necessarily by law required to participate. So getting the city involved in Fresno, I mean, it's been a relatively rocky road, but they're there at the table and they've been participating. So we're moving forward with that. And it's a final example, the El Centro Heber Calexo corridor community. They're conducting a truck study to evaluate alternate routes going in and out of those ports of entry to see if there's some way to redirect traffic to reduce exposure to people who live along those routes. And so again, all these are examples of promising strategies that we've been developing. The pace of implementation, as well as our responsiveness to community-driven direction, is something we can always improve on and continue to try to do that. So there's a lot of change going on in this program, and we're hoping this year can really catalyze even more change. Slide. Before I finish the annual program update, especially with this group, I want to make sure I touched base on what air toxics of community concern are being tracked by CARB now. And many of these you mentioned just today. So, and as a side note, I am not a chemist or toxicologist, so I apologize for any mispronunciations. I couldn't hack physical biochem, so I became a physiologist. So, but I'll give it a shot. So, and if you do want any more information on any of these items, we can put you in touch with our transportation and toxics division staff, either in like another format like this or through email or anything like that. So I will definitely get back to you if you have questions. So a big one with the metals. So metal processing, forging, fabrication, finishing and welding is a big concern, like chrome plating types of activities, especially in LA. What was mentioned earlier today, so ethylene oxide from sterilizers used in medical applications have also been mentioned at the community level. pHs and particulates from charbroiling, commercial charbroiling, is also a concern of the community, and so been working on ways to of control technology to reduce exposure to that. What else do we have? Oh yeah, residential wood burning comes up now and again with concerns just about VOCs like benzene and formaldehyde, maybe from manufactured wood being burnt in residential fireplaces is also a concern of community members, as well as those consumer product fume suppressants and chrome plating has also been a very big concern and is on our toxic staff's radar for sure. This is a big concern of the community. And I believe that even though CARB as of now does not have the authority to regulate stuff like PFAS, some of those things used in suppressants, we are starting to track it in our inventory. So at least we'll get an idea of where it's being used and how much is being used moving forward, which will really help. And also mentioned, I think it was also mentioned earlier today, some solvents like 1,BP was mentioned earlier, is also a concern to many communities throughout the area. And finally, pesticides, which was just covered by Min. DPR has been a really involved partner with our group. 4 years ago, we didn't have much contact with DPR, and now we work with them almost on a daily basis in a lot of these communities. So like Min mentioned, a lot of the pesticides concerns are with the fumigants that he brought up, and especially in our Eastern Coachella Valley area, and obviously through the Central Valley of California. Just to sum, oh, that did not transfer well. I apologize for that slide. I can kind of talk through what, well, it was the right slide, sorry, Vic. But yeah, it looks like that the formatting didn't show through. So just to give a broad update on our program, the left side is just a map of California representing where the current 17 communities are located throughout the state. On the right side, each one of those blocks represents a stage of program development or implementation. So the bottom box with those 7 communities, those are our first year communities that we selected almost 4 years ago now. And so they're like in their second year of implementation. So they're to the point of actually trying to get these strategies implemented and getting emissions and exposure reductions. And then at the very top, those are our newer communities, which are just in plan development, right? So they haven't got to the point yet where they are actually implementing any of the strategies. They're in the strategy creation phase. Slide. So this is those are 2 kind of looking back items, and this is our looking forward item for today that I wanted to close with. So this is the statewide strategy revision. So just as a kind of a primer, CARB statewide strategies captured in our program blueprint, which I'm sure most of you have heard of. So that's our guidance document. And by statute, we're required to update that statewide strategy at least every 5 years. And so that 5-year mark is coming up in September of 2023. So not too far away. We have started brainstorming and working with community groups regarding how we go about updating this guidance document. And a big part of it has been the AB 617 consultation group that many of you may be familiar with. And this group is just a multi-stakeholder group composed of environmental justice advocates, air district staff, academics, as well as industry. And they have been discussing this revision process over the last, well, you know what, I would say that within a year and a half in the program, it's a new program, everyone realized changes needed to be made to our guidance document. So starting probably a year and a half after the first blueprint and guidance document was approved by our board, we started keeping a running list of changes, of input from community members, of things that need to be updated. And so they've been working on that for a while. And a big push with the consultation group was they developed a subcommittee that helped to try to take all these concepts for revisions and put them together in a list to go through. And within that subcommittee, we actually had a few community and EJ leaders volunteer to develop what they call a people's blueprint. So they took all the input, their own experiences, and developed a guidance document of their own, CARB supported with some technical writing grant, but did not edit or review the version at all. So that people's blueprint has really been the starting point for review, discussion, and comment by the full consultation group. And it's kind of like one of our main inputs going forward with our statewide strategy revision. And then again, in addition to the AB 617 consultation group, we plan on conducting extensive, meaningful, and targeted stakeholder engagement to help us kind of reset this program over the coming year and a half. Next slide. Cool. And so since we are towards the beginning of this statewide strategy revision, I just wanted to throw up some concepts we have heard repeatedly over the last few years of the program that we think are critical to this program reset. I'll just call attention to a few of these tiles. The first one, that top left one, is racial equity. We've heard loud and clear that we need to create a racial equity framework that just flows throughout and is threaded throughout our document. And that was something that was woefully missing from our first version. Community engagement, that second kind of middle top tile. We are planning on going above and beyond the usual CARB public comment process, where a document is posted for online comments, and then we review them and then write a draft. So over this next year and a half, we plan doing a lot of community engagement, going out to communities to get direction on how this document should be composed. And then the last kind of tile I just wanted to highlight were the alternative models tile there at the bottom. We're thinking of ways that we can expand program benefits past this traditional method of selecting communities, because one, we're not reaching enough people fast enough. So as an example, for some of these alternative models, our enforcement division is starting a community focused enforcement effort, where they are actually going out to the community, meeting with community members, going on tours, and the community is helping almost design the enforcement plan. And for lack of a better word, our enforcement division is acting kind of like the contractor and trying to implement that plan. So that's one thing we're trying out. Also, we have community air grants that are grants that go straight to community groups, which help with capacity building, community air monitoring. And we're trying to expand that program to the point where we actually have a awardee this year that is taking a community air grant and developing kind of a ground up, I think they call them like local emissions reduction programs, where they're working with the community members to develop strategies to reduce emissions. And then once they form that plan, the current thought is then, CARB and the air district can help them implement that. So less top down, more bottom up model with these emissions reduction programs. Slide. Oh, you know what, Vic, you can just hit it like 5 times with the whole timeline out there. Awesome, perfect. So, and just to end with kind of our timeline for the revision of our statewide strategy. So in late 2021, again, that people's blueprint was completed, and the consultation group has been reviewing that up till now. And we're in May now. So actually next week, we're gonna have a CARB board informational update on the statewide strategy revision. So it's, I think the item will start at 4 p.m. on Thursday. It's actually down in Riverside, but will be webcast. We're starting that program blueprint revision process, and we hope to have a draft outline of the program blueprint within the next few weeks, which really kind of represents kind of a list of concepts like the tile graphic I showed earlier. We're hoping by the summer of 2022, maybe in August, that the consultation group has completed the review of the people's blueprint and given us comments. And then late 22, early 2023, we want to go out to the public with workshops. We're gonna have more consultation group meetings and maybe some different forms, maybe stakeholder focus groups. We're really open to any and all forms of communication that can add value to this process under the direction of our community members. And we're hoping to post a full draft of our program blueprint early 2023, and a final draft after public comment before September 2023, in which our board will act on the blueprint, and we will make that statutory deadline. And again, there has been some concern from community members that they want this to happen as fast as possible. So we are moving quickly to maybe beat this deadline as much as we can, but we want to be thorough and do it right. So we're definitely not going to rush. Cool. And next slide. And that's all I have. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions from the group, or you can call me or email me at another time. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Brian. Are there comments or questions from the panel? Mike, Joe.
What can you tell me about East LA? I worked there in Boyle Heights at USC.
Oh, wow. So that is right within the area. That consultation group, that was one of our first selected communities. So they're deep into implementation. So what can I tell you about East LA? If you are interested, we have CARB community liaisons that have been attending every community steering committee meeting, work really closely with the Air District and community members. We put out annual reports. So if you want, I can get you information. There's a lot happening as far as mobile source, strategy reductions. They're looking at rail, in that area because of the rail yard right there. So yeah, it's been progressing. South Coast Air Quality Management District is partnering with the community, in that endeavor. But there's a lot. So yeah, I'm more than willing to.
I'll leave you my card.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you.
And you're more than welcome. These are all community meetings that we post to our website. And yeah, anybody's welcome to come to these community steering committee meetings. Yeah.
So since these are geared towards immediate reductions, do you have an evaluation program going along so you can actually see it has an impact, and not only on reduction, but also on health outcomes?
It's a great question. We're trying. What's been very difficult is because, from the emissions reduction standpoint, we have a lot of really novel strategies that have to do more with exposure reduction. So historically, CARB regionally wrote about emissions reductions, right? So our calculators are based on replace that switcher at that rail yard, you get so much reduction in DPM, right? Well, now we're seeing vegetative barriers, truck rerouting. So on exposure mitigation, right? So rerouting trucks may not reduce emissions at all, could maybe even increase them a little bit, but it may drastically reduce exposure, which could improve health, right? So we right now are working with air districts to work on ways to capture those benefits that historically happen. There has been a push. We'd love to have metrics that are the same across the communities, but then also we're trying to walk this line where the whole point of AB 617 is to let the communities develop community-specific strategies. So a lot of times the metrics that one community has picked to track are different than another. So right now that is one thing we are working on, and in this revision is finding maybe at least a core group of metrics that can be accepted across communities to track. But just because somewhere like East LA sees a lot of DPM reductions, and maybe let's say El Centro doesn't mean that El Centro, there's something wrong there. I mean, El Centro is focused a lot on retrained dust and like different things, right? So there's kind of that need to make sure we can look at the program holistically to make sure we're being successful, but then not get too caught up in comparing across communities because of the source diversity. But you're right, like that health outcomes has been something community members have been calling for, to figure out some way we can track health before and after a strategy is implemented.
And I mean, if it's really true that it's not an average lowering of the particles, but where the particles are, and maybe particle toxicity, if you have vegetation that filters out the finer parts, then what you could probably do is look at the physiologic response to some of these pollutants, right? And there are ways to do that, because there are more and more articles out there actually showing what the oxidative stress response is, and the urine measures you can take, or what's the inflammatory reaction that's blood-based. And, if you show that you have less in these communities across, then, you've been probably quite right on. But you need to be careful in what you're looking for, because long-term health effects you can't look at, but short-term health effects you could.
I'm so glad you brought that up, and I apologize to all the OWEHA staffers, Dave Edwards, if he's on this call. They've been helping us out a ton. So OWEHA actually received some funding to help assist with AB 617. So like what you're saying, we have actually a couple of situations where our research division is maybe doing an air filtration intervention, and OWEHA has been able to biomonitor before and after. So we are looking at stuff like that, but you're right, making sure we interpret the results correctly and there aren't false assumptions about what we're seeing. But yeah, I agree with all that's been said. And OWEHA has been a great partner as well.
And I mean, the South Coast Air Quality Management District is very much aware of the Purple Air Monitoring Network. And that might also be a great, because it's so dispersed, right? And it gives you a totally different picture.
Thank you, Beata. Ahmad?
On your slide number 8, you have listed the air toxics, community concern. One of the items is char broiling. I'm just out of curiosity, I'm wondering, what is your target audience? Is it the industry restaurateurs, or is it like residential users? And how are you going to kind of target this audience specifically?
That's a great question, and I want to make sure I answer it very concisely, because this has been, this is a great example of one of the challenges in the program at whole. Because when charbroiling was first shown, like on an inventory, there was some assumption by community members, they think charbroiling, barbecuing, we're talking about outdoor barbecue pits out front of like a storefront or even residential barbecuing, right? And there was a miscommunication we had in some communities where that inventory is based on commercial charbroiling. You see it like fast food restaurants and stuff like that. So initially there's some concern that the community did not want to penalize small family-owned businesses that were using outdoor grills, right? So then once we cleared it up that there is also, we're seeing a lot of this at commercial charbroiling, and there are ways, especially with new construction, to develop methods to control some of these emissions. They saw those two things as being different. So yeah, so that has been conflated before, but as far as we're concerned with our inventories, we're looking at that commercial charbroiling that we see, like under fired or chain driven kind of stuff that we're trying to look at controls for, that the community members are interested in. Because in some of these communities, I mean, it's tough. Like you smell, I don't know if you're by a refinery and you smell something, you cover your mouth and walk the other way. You walk by a burger place and you smell stuff, like, oh, it smells great, but I mean, that's PM, right? And there can be some VOCs in there and all that. So I think there is a drive to look at reducing commercial charbroiling emissions, because in some communities, it is a pretty big slice of the PM pie, for sure.
Thank you, Ahmad. Joe, did you have a question?
They had a battery recycling factory not far from East LA, which was blowing arsenic and lead, of all things, into the community. And some of the homes had to have their topsoil excavated and disposed of. Do you know what the status of any of that is?
I don't want to get the wrong place. Is this the Exide facility kind of close to Long Beach? Yeah, I don't know the current status, but I can check on that for you.
Because I know it went to court and the defendants went bankrupt. And then, as I understood it, all the legal action ended at that point.
Well, so most of my work is done in the Central Valley, but when I first started this program, so that's 2017 or 18, we took a tour of that facility. And there's some really involved community advocates that were pushing on that. So I'll make sure to find out the status of that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments? I had one comment for you, Brian. So you talked about limited financial resources and you're adding additional communities. Is the plan to sunset communities at some point?
So, well, when we select a community, we consider like an 11-year commitment. So we have 1 year for the development of the plan. We have 5 years milestone that we want to see. We think 5 years, at least initially, this may change in the new blueprint. We thought 5 years was a short enough time to make things happen quickly, but long enough so you could see some results, just based on our experience with regulations. So we have that 5-year milestone, and then we also want to stay within that community for another 5 years to make sure there's any backsliding and that we still see these improvements. So each community selected, we think of it as being there for at least 11 years. And we also, with trying these new models, we don't want to take away an option that has been working for some communities. So we expect to continue supporting this kind of traditional community selection model. If an air district and a community group have the resources and want to pursue this traditional model of community selection, we by no means want to take away options that have been working. So that'll be another challenge moving forward. But yeah, we're definitely not sunsetting any of those communities.
Gotcha, thank you. Any other panel comments? All right, seeing none, we will move to public comments. Do we have any public comments?
We have one public comment from LaDonna.
Okay.
And they wanted us to know that previously, from the previous item, they raised their hand and they were basically representing two people. So they have a comment from the previous item. I don't know if they have a comment on this item too or not.
Oh, okay. Why don't you allow them to speak and we'll see what they have. Thank you, Arash.
Okay, LaDonna, can you go ahead and unmute yourself, please?
Hello?
Hello.
Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Is this Dr. Tompkins?
Okay, this is Dr. Tompkins. LaDonna had to leave. I've been we got to work on the Zoom connection. She had to forward me her connection so I can communicate with you. Technology, it doesn't always work perfect. We got to admit that.
We can hear you fine, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. To the presenter, could you please show your slides that you had your different goals? Because I want to get some clarity in that. And I look forward to talking to you in Sacramento as well.
Sure, I think that you mean like the timeline, or that I had one with like tiles on it that had
That you had tiles like
number 11.
one at the very beginning.
I think it might be either 11 or 2.
I couldn't help here.
So I
Sorry.
had no problem. So one of the tiles, 11, I had 6 tiles that talked about the concepts we're trying to include in our guidance document revision.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you put that up there?
I think we're trying to right now. So Victor, that is number 11.
I hope the clock can slow down on me so we can get to it perfectly. Racial equality. In your inclusion in this concept, I am pleading with you, if you want to change this, that the methodology employed in risk assessment be more inclusive of the population. I worked in East Oakland and West Oakland with Miss Margaret, and in Richmond in the Bay Area, and as well as Bayview Hunters Point. And it is both Black and brown people that are most heavily impacted. And unless the risk assessment is utilized, their risk, genetic susceptibility. I have a problem where I just finished doing VOC studies in Bayview Hunters Point, and I have benzene for a 20-year period that we measured that exceeds the cancer risk 1 in 100,000 over 574% above that level. And we had a peak coming off of the Naval Shipyard at cancer risk lifetime exposure 1 in 10,000. We need the measurements for susceptibility. We have susceptibility, but for one, G6PD was 16% for African Americans, and sickle cell, when I did a field study and sampled the population, it was 4%. That's a 20% increase in susceptibility. The question is, what is the cancer risk for this population? This is what I'm after. We need that inclusive process and taking in these other variables that unfortunately was developed in the 1940s during wartime. Did the barrel spill over and you're measuring high dose exposure, which then they said it was predominantly afterwards white males, and didn't include a real depiction, just like the silliness of the original breast cancer studies done in the United States were done on white males that have less than 1% chance of developing breast cancer, let alone women or women of color that Dr. Tomas showed in San Francisco had a 77%. So I'm pleading for an inclusionary process. Don't just engage the community and give us rhetoric. We need real science to be practiced to save lives. And I think AB 617 is a mechanism and a tool to incorporate these variables of the past that has not been included and take us into the 21st century. And that is my advocacy of putting best practice. I need to leave the BS, bad science behind and look forward at how we can work together in saving lives. Because every month I've had to say goodbye to a friend out here in San Francisco, and it's directly related. And I'm also chairman of the board for biomonitoring in Bayview Hunters Point. So I'm working with doctors and toxicologists in this area. Please, let's look at a more inclusive process because we're dying in disproportionate numbers. Any comments to me?
Well, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Tompkins. I heard you make these same and other great points in the health risk assessment workshop last week. So we've heard you and we work with that group, and you're always willing to reach out to me to like, hey, you know people much higher up the chain than myself. So, but if you do want to send me up an email, I know you worked with Veronica Eady and people over there at Bay Area, but yeah, any way we can connect and move this forward. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, everybody, it's not about me, as Dr. King said, it's about we shall overcome. And together, we can come together and make a difference rather than people trying to play us off the politics of science, but that if we argue for good practices and good practices in science, I think we can make a difference. And thank you, Brian. I look forward to talking to you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Tompkins, for your comment. Arash, do I see someone with a hand up on Zoom? No. Okay. So I believe we're finished then with public comment? Okay, great. Well, Brian, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate the update on community air protection matters, and we look forward to your next one. And good luck with the revision of the program guidelines.
Well, thanks a lot.
All right, that ends our planned business. I just have a few administrative points. First one is Norm just sent out an email to set up the time and day for our fall meeting. If you haven't yet responded to his poll, please do so. And as always, please be very generous with your availability so that we make it a little easier to schedule things. With that, I believe we have exhausted our agenda, so I am looking for a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? All in favor? Fantastic, unanimous. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. It's good to see you in person after 2 years of seeing you as a little rectangle. And I look forward to seeing everyone in the fall. And thanks also to Nin and Norm and Arash and Victor for all their hard work making the meeting happen. All right, thank you.